The committee will come to order. Last year, Americans told Congress that our country needed a new direction. Small businesses, farmers, and working families are fed up with the crises that have come to define life in Biden's America. These crises did not happen by accident. They were the result of choices made by Washington Democrats. Federal spending has increased by $10 trillion since Joe Biden became president. It started with the $2 trillion so-called rescue plan, which sparked the inflation crisis. Then we had the Inflation Reduction Act, which handed out billions of tax dollars to subsidize wealthy environmentalists. And that doesn't include President Biden's student debt cancellation for the wealthy, and the more than $1 trillion he spent through executive orders. Inflation is raging and interest rates are rising, pushing the American dream out of reach for millions of families who are still struggling with high prices at the pump because of the Biden administration's war on fossil fuels. Americans expect Congress to build a strong economy, an economy that doesn't force working families to choose between putting food on their tables or fuel in their cars. They expect us to hold the Biden administration accountable for abusing taxpayers and squandering their hard-earned money. Today, the Ways and Means Committee is taking steps to lead America in a new direction. The committee will mark up 3 items today that will help us fulfill our commitment to America. The first is this committee's views and estimates for the Budget Committee. The second is adopting our plan to conduct the aggressive oversight during the 118th Congress, which has been missing for the last 2 years. The third is H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, to recover for taxpayers hundreds of billions in stolen unemployment benefits. The views and estimates reflect our commitment to put families, workers, farmers, and small businesses first. We will build on the success of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to help families escape poverty through greater opportunity, reduce healthcare costs, conduct aggressive oversight over the IRS, and reshore and strengthen our supply chains. As the committee with jurisdiction over Social Security and Medicare, under my chairmanship, this committee will protect these vital programs and ensure that they meet the needs of the hard-working Americans who rely upon them. The Oversight Plan makes clear that this committee will be aggressive in asking the tough questions the American people want answered. How does the White House plan to spend the $80 billion they handed the IRS? What actions led up to and caused the leaking of sensitive taxpayer information at that agency? Why are Democrats showering tax breaks on companies that incite culture wars and shed their American identity to cozy up to China? And who exactly is receiving the hundreds of billions of dollars in Green New Deal tax credits Democrats passed last year? A key element of our oversight plan is getting to the bottom of the massive theft of tax dollars through unemployment fraud. As we heard during our last hearing, the Biden administration is in the dark on the size, scope, and severity of this problem. And they also have really no plan to try and recoup it for taxpayers. The range is anywhere from $60 billion to $400 billion, meaning almost half of the money would have been lost to criminals and international crime rings. Unemployment fraud is not a victimless crime. At a time when Americans were at their most vulnerable, criminals stole their weekly benefits and identities. Republicans worked for more than 2 years to protect this program from criminals who exploited it for their own gain. We made 2 requests for oversight hearings, introduced legislation to provide us with the incentives and tools to fight fraud. We introduced multiple amendments in this committee to add common sense safeguards, tried to get the Department of Labor to respond to our request. All of that was ignored. blocked and shut down by Democrats in the majority. Only $5 billion of the potentially $400 billion has been recovered. Meanwhile, the Biden administration official responsible for prosecuting fraud has resigned, and the position sits vacant to this day. After 2 years of raising the alarm, House Republicans are turning on the lights about the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in American history. The American people expect the Biden administration and Congress to aggressively pursue the criminals who defrauded our constituents. We have a responsibility to use every tool at our disposal to recover that money and leave no stone unturned in the process. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this markup this morning. I must say that we start this procedure as it relates to views and estimates with an element of surprise. This is probably the least controversial undertaking that this committee looks at every 2 years. Now this is about to become controversial largely because of how non-existent consultation was. This used to be accomplished in a matter of seconds. Both sides would give their point of view, and I don't recall even taking a roll call vote on this in the past. We're going to end up doing that this morning. This is a departure from the norm. In years past, we've been able to go back and forth. We recognize our policy differences, but we always would reach a consensus on institutional matters, such as the one before us in its immediacy. But the Oversight Plan and Views and Estimates letter set forth today is a partisan place that room for consensus now doesn't seem possible. The governing documents of the last Congress made way for a transformational session. After deploying the COVID vaccine in record time, President Biden led back-to-back record years of job growth. Democrats expanded the child credit, allowed for a significant reduction in child poverty, and more Americans have affordable health care coverage than ever before. Setting up a new Congress is a time for looking ahead to what's possible and to deliver on the promises that would be better for the lives of the American people. Yet, this blueprint is deeply partisan and seems to be crafted to force or compel our opposition. At the last hearing, there was a promise of many hearings on the future of unemployment insurance. We also expected recommendations of the fraud experts to be considered, giving us the opportunity to hear from state administrators and workers who actually make sure that the pipeline is there for those who need it, as well as unemployment recipients who, before this legislation was considered, we thought would be taken in to thought. Now we know that that turned out to be a ruse. The legislation under consideration today, again, in what's in front of us right now, does the opposite of what it purports to suggest. Rather than fighting fraud, this legislation would cut off ongoing federal efforts to prosecute criminals. And let me say something that I think is pretty easily understood. Democrats are opposed to fraud. We don't want to see anybody defraud the federal government, state, or local governments in the manner that is being suggested. But we also want to understand that prosecution of criminals, there ought to be distinctions between those who innocently received overpayments in unemployment insurance and those who set up cartels to defraud the system. That's who we should be pursuing. And I want to suggest that in Massachusetts, the U.S. Attorney's Office is on top of it. They're going after the people at the top who, in a very sophisticated manner, willfully and knowingly set up the cartels that I referenced for the purpose of defrauding the federal government. That is the job of the Justice Department and the U.S. Attorney's offices locally. It's shameful that we would go after workers who might have received an overpayment innocently enough. Recall, as I've noted in the past, that when Dr. Fauci gave his warning on March 11th of 2020, in 3 months, America had lost 21 million jobs. All of those jobs are back, and 11 million jobs go unanswered every day across our nation. We don't want to go after Social Security recipients, and we certainly don't want to go after farmers and others who innocently were caught up in this situation. There are serious discussions today that we should have, Mr. Chairman, but I hope you will take our points into consideration. And with that, let me yield back the balance of my time.
I want to thank the ranking member. Our first order of business is the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2024, and I recognize myself for an opening statement. We have before us the committee's views and estimates for the fiscal year 2024 budget. As the former Republican leader of the House Budget Committee, I have a special appreciation for this step in the annual congressional budget process. Not only is it helpful to our friends on the Budget Committee, it gives this committee an opportunity to chart a new course for the coming year. As we make clear in our views and estimates, this committee has a lot of important work ahead of it. We must address the various crises the American people face today and build the foundation for a better tomorrow, where American families, farmers, and small businesses can grow and succeed. This committee will promote workers and help restore the dignity of work that was sadly undermined by Democrat policies which made a job less valuable than a government check. Instead of concentrating America's healthcare decisions into the hands of the Washington bureaucracy, we will strive to give patients more control over their healthcare. This committee must look at how we can deliver better health outcomes and fewer disparities, while expanding access and lowering cost. We must also protect the engine of health innovation, as well as the Medicare program, which millions of seniors rely on. Our respect for seniors won't end with the Medicare program. We will also work to strengthen Social Security, which is more important than ever now that the president's inflation crisis has pushed Social Security further towards insolvency. To protect our seniors, we must ensure the administration is being a good steward of the program and its resources. Our tax policy efforts will be focused on relief for working families, not handouts for woke corporate special interest, are imposing $4 trillion worth of tax increases on Americans like President Biden proposed in his last budget. We will pursue policies that bring down the cost of living, strengthen our supply chains, and support a healthier economy where small businesses can thrive rather than just struggle to get by. While the Biden administration has been out to lunch on America's trade priorities, we will work to protect and increase America's economic interest and opportunity while standing up for our values and our intellectual property, both of which are under attack by an increasingly aggressive Chinese Communist Party. We will use every tool we have, whether it's tax policy, trade policy, our oversight efforts, to combat China. Given this committee's responsibility to ensure America meets its debt obligations, we will engage in negotiations over the current debt limit increase in a manner that is also respectful to American taxpayers and mindful of our nation's unsustainable debt trajectory. The Congressional Budget Office just told us that absent action by Congress, this year's deficit will be $1.4 trillion, the fourth highest figure in American history, amounting to 5.4% of GDP, a substantial increase over the 50-year average of 3.6%. Deficits are projected to total over $20 trillion over the coming decade, and gross federal debt to climb to $52 trillion. Embedded in every policy priority will be a commitment to aggressive oversight, whether it's the IRS's seemingly chronic abuse of taxpayers or the rampant fraud within our nation's unemployment insurance program. I appreciate my colleagues on the committee for their dedication to this committee and look forward to working with all of you as we execute an agenda that speaks to the needs of America's working families, farmers, and job creators. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's regrettable that we could not reach consensus on the views and estimates letter that we were able to find in the last Congress. As we head into budget season, I, along with our colleagues, have many concerns, and certainly we're distressed by this deep display of partisanship. But what is most pressing in the Republican rhetoric about the debt ceiling is evident to the American people. A reminder, virtually every Republican in the House voted for the CARES Act. Republicans on a bipartisan basis voted for the infrastructure bill. Many voted for the CHIPS bill. And certainly, just about all Republicans voted, along with somebody like myself, for increases in defense spending. The bill has come due. Refusing to pay our bills is the opposite of fiscal responsibility, and it endangers the full faith and credit of the United States. To make matters worse, our colleagues also want to extend the Trump tax cuts without paying for them. This would be a blow to our deficit, and they all acknowledge that privately. And giving Americans making more than $4 million a year an average tax cut of $175,000, that certainly doesn't strike us as being fiscally responsible. And instead of paying for these handouts to the wealthy and the well-connected, Senator Scott and Senator Johnson have proposed cutting Social Security and Medicare. We have made it crystal clear we will not let that happen. The letter also doubles down on Republican rhetoric, grossly mischaracterizes the Inflation Reduction Act's provisions, and the number of Republicans who are applying for the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act is stunning. The provisions that we brought about to provide relief to our seniors with lower drug prescription prices, we consider to be an accomplishment. Lastly, at our organization meeting, we had a lengthy discussion of how inappropriate and pejorative the term welfare can be. Yet the Views and Estimates letter makes it clear that the discussion was ignored. How can you purport to be helping someone while trying to simultaneously demean their existence? This is demagoguery, and it pursues consistently with the debt ceiling argument that is being offered by the majority. They are offering a threat to what has been a strong economic recovery. This isn't what the American people want, and we will not support this irresponsible language around the budget. Therefore, we will not support the Views and Estimates letter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2024. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purposes of amendment. Does anyone wish to strike the last word?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I know I will astonish my colleagues when I say I will keep this very brief, but I'm, first of all, honored to have the opportunity to lead the charge for our House, not just for Republicans, to restore fiscal accountability to this chamber and to this institution. We've all contributed. I'm not going to make this partisan. We've all made our fair share of contributions to a very bad outcome of $31 trillion in debt, 120% debt to GDP. This spending, deficit spending, and this debt trajectory are completely unsustainable, and I believe that is shared across the aisle. The question is, what are we going to do about it? How do we bend that curve? How do we grow our economy again, like our predecessors after World War II, to put us back on good financial footing as a nation? I shudder to think, if we do not intervene, what our children will inherit. And I will express the same sentiments that James Madison shared with the country with respect to the debt. A public debt is a public curse, and the curse of a sovereign debt crisis or some related financial crisis is a curse that looms large over the horizon. It looms large over the lives of our children, and I pray to God that we will have the political courage as a body of the United States House of Representatives, and I pray that Republicans will have the political courage to lead by example and get our fiscal house in order, and that we can all work on a plan and bring the public along to start bringing this debt down. To date, as you know, the CBO recently revised their 10-year outlook to add $3 trillion more on top of the $16 trillion that they projected in May. They now project that our annual deficit, the monies that we have to borrow to pay for our growing government, will go from $1.5 trillion this year to $3 trillion at the end of the 10-year budget window. And we will triple our interest payments, y'all, triple, from $0.5 trillion this year to $1.5 trillion in 10. It is unconscionable, it is, I believe, immoral to hand our children this mountainous debt and this mess of a financial situation. So let's not be that generation of American political leaders who handed the country not better but worse than we found it. And that's our challenge, folks. That friends, colleagues, that is the 21st century challenge. And I pray we rise to that challenge as a team of people who love our country, both Democrats and Republicans. So it's a long way of saying the views and estimates are a starting point to build that budget, and whether it's whatever the metric or milestone for the long-term framework of our budget, next year we need to reduce deficit spending. I've seen a lot of 10-year, 15, 20-year budgets out of Republicans and Democrats that didn't amount to a hill of beans. And I'm not going to start making something more credible than it is. It's aspirational, it's directional, I'm all for it, but what matters is what happens next year, because that's what we're all responsible for. That's what we should be held accountable for, Mr. Chairman. I know that a large part of this challenge is 70% of the challenge is mandatory spending programs, and we have 50% of them. If you take Social Security off the table, then we have 15% of them. Let's work together to save the country. We've got a lot of threats, and I think we agree that China is a threat, and we've got plenty of problems to solve. We have to solve this one, or it undermines everything. Safety nets for seniors, farm bill and food supply, and you could go down the list of whatever your thing is, given where you're from and what your people care about. But we need everybody to be in the boat rowing away from that cliff, that debt crisis cliff. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your support and giving us those views and estimates so we can build that vision and that practical next year's budget that will reduce spending. I yield back.
I want to thank the chairman. Any further individuals wish to strike the last word? Are there any amendments to the views and estimates? If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature
Chairman.
of a substitute is agreed to. Mr. Neal,
I would request a roll call vote.
roll call is requested. Representative from Florida, Mr.
Chairman, I move the committee adopt the Ways and Means budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2024 as amended.
The question is on the motion to adopt the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2024 as amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All of those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2024 as amended are adopted. I recognize a gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like a roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Aye.
Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Dr. Ferguson? Yes. Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Hearn? Aye. Mr. Hearn, aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, aye. Dr. Murphy?
Aye.
Dr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, aye. Mr. Stube? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Moore? Aye. Mr. Moore, aye. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, aye. Miss Van Dyne? Aye. Miss Van Dyne, aye. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, aye. Miss Maliutakis? Aye. Miss Maliutakis, aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, aye. Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell? No. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
No.
Miss Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins, no. Miss Sewell?
No.
Miss Sewell, no. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene, no. Miss Chu? Miss Chu, no. Miss Moore?
No.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
No.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider?
No.
Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Stube? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
Aye.
Chairman Smith, aye. Mr. Chairman,
The clerk will report.
24 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 16 noes, the motion is agreed to, and the views and estimates are adopted and will be transmitted to the Committee on the Budget. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the views and estimates, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is the Oversight and Authorization Plan for the 118th Congress, and I recognize myself for an opening statement. During the 2 years of one-party Democrat rule in Washington, this committee should have done robust oversight of the Biden administration. Instead, it overlooked the administration's worst behaviors. Whether it was rampant spending driving up inflation or tax increases that will only further shrink the wallets of families, farmers, and small businesses, the last Congress rammed through unvetted policies that have been a total disaster. Democrats gave the Biden administration a blank check, and American workers, families, and small businesses have paid the price. But today is a new day. We will seek answers to the questions that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to even ask, including about the IRS's persistent abuse of taxpayers, even if they led to uncomfortable truths. At the top of the list, the $80 billion pay raise Democrats gave the IRS. We know the administration plans to increase audits on hardworking Americans using an army of 87,000 new agents. Just how heavy will that burden be on working families? What is the IRS's plan to fix its atrocious customer service record? When will we get answers on the leaking of confidential taxpayer information to ProPublica for clearly political purposes? Those questions and others need answers. We will also use our jurisdiction over tax-exempt organizations to look into how this network has grown rapidly over the last several years and what role it is playing in both free speech and the political process. We will also examine whether it is in America's best interest to shower tax benefits on companies that have shed their American identity to go into business with the Chinese Communist Party. We will ensure that our federal healthcare agencies are prioritizing patients over politics and medicine over messaging. Our committee will fight to give Americans more say in their healthcare, improving access for rural communities, and unleashing price transparency to help lower cost. We will also push back against President Biden's effort to undermine healthcare for seniors, including his decision last week to continue to restrict Medicare coverage for Alzheimer's patients. And we will get to the bottom of the administration's response to COVID, including their failure to identify and recover hundreds of billions of dollars of stolen unemployment benefits. We will do the same at the Department of Treasury, where despite pressure from the politicals at the White House, a taxpayer's gender or race should never be taken into account. This committee will protect the millions of workers who will be harmed and whose jobs are undermined by the Biden administration's unconstitutional global tax deal with foreign governments. We will enforce trade practices and agreements that protect our workers and work closely with our allies to ensure that America's critical supply chains are secured against the threat of Chinese Communist Party. The Inflation Reduction Act handed out hundreds of billions of dollars in Green New Deal corporate welfare and threw hard-earned tax dollars at the wealthiest in this country. This committee has a duty to investigate whether those policies are in the best interest of taxpayers or only serve to line the pockets of special interest. The earliest indications seem to show that the biggest beneficiaries of that law have been the big banks on Wall Street, corporate America, and the Chinese government. This committee will also endeavor to restore the dignity of work, which was sadly undermined by Democrat policies that eliminated work requirements and made a government check more valuable than a job. Our oversight efforts will be guided by the facts and the priorities of working Americans as shared with us as we continue to spend time in communities all across the country with our field hearings. I urge all my colleagues to support the adoption of this plan to restore this committee's commitment to oversight, and I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, an oversight plan has the potential to be a place where we all should be able to agree as we put policy differences aside and conduct our shared duty to the American people. That's what we did in the last Congress, and I suspect that's what we did in the many sessions of the Congress that I've had a chance to participate in, and at least 15 on this committee. The Republican agenda is grounded in using the tax code to benefit the wealthy, while leaving workers behind and then cutting everyone else's earned benefits. That's what we will see here this morning. After starting off the Congress by adding $114 billion to the deficit and weakening enforcement on wealthy tax cheats, the oversight plan offers even more protections for tax evaders. Eliminating IRS enforcement only helps the wealthy to get wealthier. So long as the top 1% can hide over $160 billion from fair tax administration, this committee should be working toward full compliance. I want to remind all this morning, the request for the funding for the additional IRS support system came from a Republican, the Commissioner of the IRS, Commissioner Reddick. He laid out the plan for better tax compliance. Reality, fact check. Those who are paid in wages every day in America comply with the tax code to the tune of 98% because of withholding. They're not the problem. Commissioner Reddick made it clear because we will use his numbers as we continue this discussion. We should be working toward full compliance, not just those who are able to escape the law of the IRS and the Congress. Taxpayers deserve improved customer service levels across the board and for all to pay their fair share. The tax burden has been shifted to wage workers as my colleagues have systematically attempted to discredit and dismantle the Internal Revenue Service. If helping workers through the tax code was really their goal, they could extend refundable tax credits that made the difference for workers and families over the last several years. Democrats made sensible changes to these credits and expanded access and put money into the pockets of those who needed it most, largely with the help of Republicans on this committee. In stark contrast, this document only mentions these credits in the context of tax scams and improper payments in the face of persistent threats from Senator Johnson and Senator Scott to Social Security and Medicare. This oversight plan makes no commitment to protect Americans and their hard-earned benefits. I've outlined just a handful of small examples of the many missed opportunities that we could use our jurisdiction to address for the good. For that reason, the majority has left us no choice again because there was no consultation on what really are pretty simple matters that generally receive 100% concurrence from this committee. With that, Mr. Chairman, let me yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Oh, yeah. Let's skip that for a second. Thank you, Mr. Neal. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the Oversight and Authorization Plan for the 118th Congress. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. Now, does anyone wish to strike the last word? Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, you're recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, having the subcommittee on oversight in some ways is overwhelming if you actually look at all the things ahead of us that need to be looked at. And some are going to be smash mouth, some I believe actually will come out and actually be good government. Not only wanting to identify the scale of pandemic fraud, whether it be on unemployment or other parts of the program, but also understanding how it was done. Did taxpayer money actually end up funding some very, very bad organizations around the world through these dollars? It's worth understanding. It's worth understanding how it was done so it never, ever happens again. But the other thing I'm going to ask, and this is what I'm asking all members to work with us, as an approach, and the chairman has been very kind to tolerate us on this, some things we should do through letters. Let's get information. Let's understand how it's working. Some things we belong sitting around a table with each other, bringing in the experts and understanding the mechanisms, what we've done right, what we've done wrong, what needs a statutory change, where the bureaucracy may not be following our intent. And the third will be formal hearings where we bring in witnesses, we can swear them in, and truly dive down in the mechanics. Whether you be on the left or the right, if you have ideas where you see we can make this committee's robust jurisdiction more impactful on the lives of Americans, give it to us. But we're going to leave no stone unturned. And there are no actually sacred cows, forgive the colloquialism, in what I'm willing, what the chairman's willing, what our side is willing to investigate. Because we have a crisis in the United States and we need to deal with it. And my friend from Texas a few minutes talked about it. Much of it is demographics. In functionally 19 years, we have more deaths than births in this country. In 10 budget years, we functionally are approaching $2.75 trillion of borrowing, and it just gets worse after that because the next year the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. What's our moral obligation to use the power of this committee to make lives better? And part of that comes from information and investigating those where there are bad acts and stopping them, and then also understanding where the opportunities are for policy for the rest of the committee to put together. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to strike the last word? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Typically, the committee issues a bipartisan oversight and authorization plan. We can find common ground on many issues put forward today. As a ranking Democrat on the Oversight Subcommittee, we should have an interesting 2 years. I was struck by the language asserting that the committee will explore restricting the IRS to a so-called service-first focus. We have a word for that in Paterson, New Jersey. Make no mistake, we must ensure phones are answered and refund checks mailed without delay. And the IRS can finally prioritize customer service thanks to the historic Inflation Reduction Act. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Enforcing our tax laws fairly is a core mission of the IRS. I do not believe that we are enforcing the laws fairly. The IRS can finally prioritize customer service. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, but they must do better. Our net annual tax gap stands at a staggering $428 billion. That's the gap right now. I hope that's not satisfactory to anybody on this committee. After decades of underfunding, that's a fact. Wealthy taxpayers and big business have made a habit of dodging their responsibilities. That's a fact. Saying the IRS should be restricted from focusing on tax enforcement is code for protecting the rich. You know it. We all know it. Now, maybe you think that's necessary to run the government. It is an affront to the vast majority of working Americans who do follow the law. Wealthy tax cheats have operated with impunity for far too long, under Democratic administrations and Republican administrations. Let's not kid ourselves. The IRS must prioritize closing the tax gap by collecting what people owe. It's a huge number, isn't it? What they owe because they didn't pay what they were supposed to pay. You cannot have fairness if some people are paying their fair share and some people are not. And if we determine by law what's your fair share, that's what you should pay. So, wealthy tax cheats have operated with impunity for far too long. The IRS must prioritize closing the tax gap by collecting what they owe. Are there enough people in that agency to do the job? Well, we know how the numbers have shrunk in the different categories that are within the IRS. So today's oversight plan calls for prioritizing taxpayers over politics. I agree. Though I would imagine you had a different intention with your inclusion. We just saw how Charles Reddick, a Trump appointee, shielded the president's tax returns for review for years. He broke broke the law. The Supreme Court said he broke the law. President Biden's nominee for commissioner, Dan Werfel, is a nonpartisan and widely respected leader. He has served under both Republican and Democratic administrations. His record is clear. I'm hopeful he will bring the expertise and the professionalism necessary to make the IRS work for Americans again. Our committee plays a crucial role in exercising oversight over the IRS. Mr. Chairman, I hope that this committee, can make sure that the IRS does its job, has the wherewithal to do its job, and it simply has enough people and experts to fulfill what the law says. We are not going to be lawbreakers any longer. We are an accessory to the crime if we don't do anything about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey. Does anyone else wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the Oversight and Authorization Plan? If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee adopts the Ways and Means Oversight and Authorization Plan for the 118th Congress as amended.
The question is on the motion to adopt the Oversight and Authorization Plan as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Oversight and Authorization Plan as amendment is adopted. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Chairman, we would like a roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Aye.
Mr. Buchanan? Aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, aye. Dr. Murphy? Yes. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff?
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff, aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, aye. Mr. Stube? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, aye. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, aye. Miss Van Dyne?
Aye.
Miss Van Dyne, aye. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, aye. Miss Maliatakis? Miss Maliatakis, aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
No.
Miss Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell, no. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene, no. Miss Chu? Miss Chu, no. Miss Moore? Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee? No. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer?
No.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Stube? Mr. Carey? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
The gentleman from Ohio, I think, is here.
Mr. Carey, you are not recorded. Mr. Carey, yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
No, you're good. Chairman Smith, 24 yeas, 17 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 17 nays, the motion is agreed to and the Oversight and Authorization Plan is adopted and will be transmitted to the Committees on House Administration and Oversight and Accountability. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the Oversight and Authorization Plan and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our final order of business is consideration of H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, and I recognize myself for an opening statement. At the height of the COVID pandemic, government lockdowns shuttered Main Street businesses and kept American workers at home. Congress provided targeted and temporary support for workers and businesses, including through unemployment insurance. Unfortunately, that work was undermined, and many of those families fell victim to predatory fraudsters in what appears to be the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in our lifetime. And just when families needed these dollars the most, fraudsters diverted and delayed their payments. Worse, an untold number of Americans became victims of identity theft. Since 2020, Ways and Means Republicans have sounded the alarm about the massive fraud in the COVID unemployment benefits program. Requests to hold oversight hearings were ignored by Ways and Means Democrats when they were in control of Congress. What's worse, Democrats made it easier to defraud taxpayers by voting to end ID verification requirements and phase-outs of emergency UI programs they had previously supported. Our colleagues even rejected numerous Republican amendments that would have targeted relief, increased taxpayer safeguards, and prevention fraud. The Biden administration has kept itself and the American people in the dark about the size and scope of unemployment fraud that was stolen during COVID. House Republicans are now turning on the lights. Today, we are considering a bill based on this committee's oversight hearing with federal officials who testified that the size, scale, and severity of the fraud is worse than the Biden administration has admitted. Federal officials are still trying to determine how much money was lost to fraud, and they expect to recover far less than what was stolen. For taxpayers who are struggling with inflation and working hard for their income, that is simply unacceptable. In less than 2 years, enhanced pandemic unemployment benefits exceeded $850 billion. That's a high number, and as much as half of that amount may have been lost to fraud. That's right. The unemployment insurance program, intended to be a lifeline for our workers, was turned into one of the most flawed and wasteful recovery efforts ever enacted by the federal government. The Biden administration's Department of Labor's Inspector General believes significant fraud played a role within its estimate, a new estimate of $191 billion in improper payments. ID.me, an identity verification company hired by many states, estimated an astounding $400 billion in fraud. More recently, the Government Accountability Office released its own report, making an early estimate that at the very low end at least $60 billion went to criminals. That's more than the entire 2021 budgets of the Army and Navy combined. A Utah woman lost her job after a cyber criminal stole her identity, bank account information, and weekly benefit check. Many more Americans have stories just like hers. Unemployment insurance meant to help them get through temporary joblessness was stolen. Their most sensitive information compromised by criminals, while Democrats in Washington, they turned a blind eye. In addition to run-of-the-mill thieves, international crime rings took advantage of our national crisis. Law enforcement busted several rings that made off with millions, often using Americans as money mules to launder money offshore. The Biden administration has been asleep at the wheel. The president has bragged about appointing a chief pandemic prosecutor 14 months into his administration, a position that has now sat vacant for months. The Biden administration also changed the rules to make it easier for states to sweep potential cases of fraud under the rug. This is a cover-up from the Biden administration on an issue that has cost American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, enough is enough. And it's time for Congress to go after fraudsters and recover the dollars that have been lost. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act will recover stolen taxpayer money. It'll help states ensure this scale of fraud never happens again and help bring to justice those who committed these crimes. This bill is co-sponsored by every Republican member of this committee and allows states to retain a % of fraudulent overpayments recovered. Policy supported by the Labor Department's Inspector General and in past budget requests by both President Trump and President Obama. The bill also extends the statute of limitations for criminal charges or civil actions for prosecuting fraud from 5 to 10 years, as recommended by the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee in testimony provided to the Ways and Means Committee just a few weeks ago. Unemployment insurance theft has put American families in a terrible position, and taxpayers expect Congress to go after and recover every single possible dollar that was stolen by criminals and international crime rings. I look forward to today's discussion of this bill, and I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Democrats strongly agree that those who took advantage of the COVID crisis to commit fraud must be held accountable. I do find it hard to believe that there's been more fraud in the unemployment insurance that was related to COVID than what took place with the savings and loan crisis. The problem with the savings and loan crisis at the time was that the people with the masks were sitting in the back offices of the banks. What happened on Wall Street in 2008 because of deregulation? That's what we should be talking about as well. Our concern on this side is very simple. We don't want to see innocent people targeted because they were overpaid $600 or $700 because of COVID relief. A reminder, I helped to write that legislation with Secretary Mnuchin and Speaker Pelosi, and the CARES Act worked. It saved the American economy because we got money into the hands of the people at the bottom of the economic scale who really needed it. And I want to remind our Republican colleagues, Hank Paulson helped to give me the advice on how to proceed, as did former Secretaries Lew and Rubin. They did it in concert with us on the Democratic side and with Secretary Mnuchin. Democrats put $2 billion into the American Rescue Plan to fight fraud. Every Republican in the House voted against those efforts to prevent fraud and holding criminals accountable. We want the criminal rings and the cartels addressed through the Justice Department. We feel very strongly about it. Let me say again, Democrats are against fraud. With this funding, the Department of Labor has built up important new tools to detect and prevent fraud. They've deployed crisis teams to help states investigate fraud, and they're modernizing information technology. That's the heart of the IRS proposal that we've offered, to upgrade technology. They're using technology that's 60 years old. Thanks to House Democrats, the American Rescue Plan funding and the Department of Labor Inspector General has already quadrupled its investigations and prosecuted more than 1,000 criminals so far. We, as Democrats, are entirely in favor of pursuing criminality. Democrats took action to hold these organized crime rings and defrauding the federal government into account. Republicans' first bill addressing unemployment insurance cut these investments, and they left states in deeper disarray. This legislation slashes the fraud fund that the American Rescue Package put in place. It favors contractors who enabled fraud during the pandemic over hardworking state workers who were actually on the front lines trying to get these benefits out the door for cash flow purposes to people who needed it. The bill completely ignores the recommendations from the Republicans' own hearing witnesses earlier this month to modernize state unemployment systems. That's what this bill would not do about fraud, and needless to say, we suspect it'll do more harm than good. State UI systems have been underfunded for far too long, and Republican attempts to further weaken those systems only leave them more vulnerable to bad actors in the future. Instead of reinforcing these efforts, our Republican colleagues are cutting them. Instead of punishing organized crime, this bill would punish America's workers. It would tell states to hire investigators and bill workers for state payment errors of innocent workers who did not know about and were not responsible for those outtakes. It would leave states to have those bills an opportunity that they would send them out for up to 10 years after a mistake was made, perhaps for somebody who picked up $700 or $800 by mistake. We are all in favor of pursuing people who were at the very top. We want to make sure that distinctions are drawn very carefully, however, for those at the bottom. I'm really proud of what this committee did when America needed it most. The CARES Act saved the American economy and saved the American family. We stepped in when millions of workers found themselves jobless overnight through no fault of their own. We ensured that they could feed their children and pay their rent and keep the lights on. The numbers speak for themselves. These benefits kept millions of Americans out of poverty in 2020 and 2021. It made a difference for putting food on the table. And it served as the trampoline that enabled our incredible economic recovery with record-high job creation in both years of President Biden's term so far. We should indeed remain committed to the work of preventing fraud. Let me say once more, Democrats are against fraud. But we want to make sure that the efforts here don't make it more complicated to pursue those who really need to be pursued. And with that, Mr. Chairman, let me yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purposes of amendment. I will now turn to Cheryl Vinson, Staff Director of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, amends Title II, Subtitle A, Unemployment Insurance Provisions of the CARES Act, Section 303 of the Social Security Act, and Section 3300 of the Internal Revenue Code to provide incentives for states to recover fraudulently paid federal and state unemployment compensation and for other purposes. As reflected on the green sheet distributed yesterday, the Chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies H.R. 1163 as introduced. On page 7, line 25, to add proper before classification. And on page 14, line 12, to add under federal pandemic unemployment compensation programs authorized under the CARES Act, 15 U.S.C. 9021 after overpayments. Both changes are consistent with the intent of the provisions to correct references and make conforming changes. Mr. Chairman, that completes my walkthrough, and I am happy to answer technical questions.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Okay. I recognize Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Does this measure eliminate $2 billion in funds to detect and prevent fraud?
Thank you for your question, Representative Doggett.
Speak in the microphone.
However, that is a question of substance that goes beyond the specific changes in the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I defer to the chairman.
Okay, well, all I'm trying to find out is whether the proposal we're going to vote on eliminates $2 billion that's currently available to fight fraud. It's not intended to be argumentative. I'm just trying to determine what's in the bill.
Mr. Doggett, that's a question of substance. Right now, we're taking questions that are technical, and there will be a time for that question to be made in order.
All right, if you'll just advise when that time is, I'd be eager to get an answer to that question and a couple of others. Thank you.
Whether it's in strike the last word or whether it's in the amendment process. Thank you.
Well, why wouldn't it be now? I mean, what's substantive?
Mr. Doggett, this is for technical reasons.
All right, well, my technical question is there any language in this bill that has the effect of eliminating $2 billion for fighting fraud?
Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Your question is a question of substance that is outside of the specific technical changes made in the amendment in the nature of a substitute, so I will defer to the chairman.
Well, let me try one more. I thought you had some excellent witnesses here to explore the nature of fraud in the unemployment system in the form of the General Accountability Office and the Inspector General. Are their recommendations that they made here in the full committee hearing a couple weeks back, are they incorporated into this language that you're discussing?
Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Again, I will say that I am here to answer technical questions regarding the changes in the amendment in the nature of a substitute, so I will defer to my chairman.
Well, I'm just trying to determine technically whether there's any recommendation the Inspector General or the Governmental Accountability Office made to try to put a stop to fraud that are not incorporated in your language.
Mr. Doggett, that is not a technical question. When we're in the motion to strike the last word or the amendments, it will be fitting.
All right, at that time, will it be fitting to ask questions to you about those matters?
You can ask questions at any point. Whether I respond to them is another. And so that is your discretion.
I understand. Well, I hope you can be more responsive than this witness on my technical question.
She is doing her job, and if you know the process, it's always been, this is the technical aspect.
Yes. And
please don't be badgering the witness. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized, Ms. Moore.
It's my time, and I have not yielded it back. And
your time is expired.
well, it didn't expire until you began interrupting to give a statement.
But it didn't expire anyway.
Mr. Doggett, I gave you multiple times not to badger the witness.
I'm not
I warned
badgering the
you 3
witness. I'm
times.
trying to get an answer to a technical question as to what's in this bill and what's not.
If you ask a
want to hide
technical
it, that's your
question, you can
intention.
have
But
it.
that's what you're doing and not answering a simple question of whether $2 billion is being cut by this language or not. There's nothing substantive about that is not in a technical
That is
form.
a
I yield back.
policy question. That's not a technical question. Ask that in the next time. Gentlelady from Wisconsin, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for putting me back in Wisconsin. I'm not from Flint. I do have a technical question of the gentlelady here, and that I'm not using the mic. Thank you so much. Thank you. My question is closely aligned with Mr. Doggett's. I was only wondering, was the $2 billion that was enacted through the CARES Act, is that under the jurisdiction of this committee, or is that under the jurisdiction of the Department of Labor? I'm trying to figure out whether or not that provision is germane to this bill.
Thank you, Representative Moore. My understanding of my role is to answer technical questions related to the specific changes in the amendment and the nature of the substitute, which do not involve the $2 billion that was included in the bill. So I will defer to my chair.
Mr. Chairman, is that within our jurisdiction?
She's
I'm asking you now.
the young lady right here, in regards to technical question, is between what's different of the underlining bill and the nature of the substitute, and that's what she's here to ask questions. As I told the representative before, there will be a time for that other debate and discussion when it comes to policy aspect of the underlining bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to badger the witness. I thank her for her service, and I yield back.
Further technical questions of the witness? Thank you. Does anyone wish to strike the last word?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, during COVID, when we closed down our economy and shuttered businesses and told workers to stay home, it was necessary to provide support to those that were here that were without a job. And the initial CARES Act unemployment payments were needed at the time. But that doesn't mean that we should turn a blind eye to fraud. And that's really what this act is all about, is making sure that we focus on fraud and preventing future fraud. Every dollar going to fraud is a dollar that did not go to those that needed it. These programs lingered and became one of the most flawed and wasteful recovery efforts enacted by the federal government. 3 weeks ago, this committee heard from top law enforcement officials about the astounding scope of unemployment fraud. Many details from state after state on how fraud was perpetrated. This was the first hearing in nearly 3 years because my colleagues on the other side would not heed repeated Republican requests to address this issue when they were in the majority. After raising the alarm about the greatest theft of tax dollars in American history, Republicans are taking action now. And this act, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud, provides targeted solutions and is responsive to what we learned during that hearing. This bill incentivizes recovery of fraudulent unemployment payments by allowing states to retain 25% of federal funds recovered. Currently, state workforce agencies have little incentive to pursue costly investigations and prosecutions that do not pay out. States can use the recovery reward to improve program integrity, including hiring investigators to go after criminals to recover fraudulent payments and modernizing state systems to prevent future fraud. And that's really the intent of this legislation. The bill also allows states to retain 5% of recovered state UI overpayments if the state meets data matching conditions. This includes having common sense processes in place, like preventing UI benefit payments from going to incarcerated or to deceased people. These reforms were recommended by the Labor Department Inspector General and have been included in past budget requests by President Trump and President Obama. Finally, the bill extends the statute of limitations for criminal charges or civil actions for prosecuting fraud from 5 to 10 years, as recommended by the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee during their testimony before this committee. As a former state and federal prosecutor myself, I know how much time it takes to put together these cases. This bill recognizes the importance of expanding state capacity to recover dollars and the fact-finding and due diligence that goes into recovery and investigation on the part of law enforcement agencies. This committee has a responsibility and an obligation to gain restitution for taxpayers in the face of such staggering amounts of fraud. This bill has all the pieces necessary to jumpstart that effort, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1163, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Further members to strike the last word? Ms. Sanchez. Lady from California, Ms. Sanchez. Recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, Republicans want to advance a bill smearing a critical earned benefit. Unemployment insurance helped millions of American families survive during the pandemic. When the world turned upside down, Democrats and Republicans worked across the aisle to get enhanced unemployment aid to working families as fast as possible. We all agreed that this was of the essence. No one is denying that criminals exploited our need to act quickly. In fact, that's exactly why Democrats included $2 billion in funding for state anti-fraud enforcement in the American Rescue Plan. I remind everyone, every Republican member in this room who served at the time voted against that funding. Instead of working with us on bipartisan solutions to crack down on criminals, my Republican colleagues have crafted a bill to punish workers for errors that were not their fault, not the criminal rings that intentionally defrauded the government. My goodness, if you're going to punish somebody, punish the actual criminals. Republicans want to incentivize states to claw back money that was mistakenly paid to working families. These are people who were overpaid through no fault of their own, and in most cases still have no idea that the aid that they received years ago was an unfortunate overpayment. If this bill were to become law, there is one group of workers very likely to receive frightening demand letters. They are mixed earners who make a living through multiple jobs. They are gig workers, freelancers, and other self-employed workers who only receive part of their income in W-2 wages. In my home state of California, many of them are in creative industries and work other jobs to make ends meet. In many cases, they would be asked to pay back thousands of dollars that they already spent to cover the cost of living years ago to survive the pandemic. I want to share a story of an entrepreneur that I heard from whose story represents the maddening situation these workers found themselves in. She ran a small business teaching group painting classes, which she had to completely halt during the pandemic. She also worked as a part-time retail sales associate and was laid off in March of 2020. Because of her health risks, she was unable to return to work and she was kicked off of UI. After a convoluted process, she was finally approved to receive 3 months of pandemic unemployment assistance, only to be told months later that she owed over $13,000 in overpayments. Stories like hers led us to fight for a $100 per week benefit for mixed earners because we recognized that they had been left behind. And both before and after we extended this critical lifeline, mixed earners all too often were misdirected for the simple reason that their income tax filing status is a little more complicated than for those who work a single job. Both red and blue states recognize this reality and waived overpayments for workers who did nothing wrong. They didn't intentionally defraud anyone, because it makes no sense to chase after people who received these funds in error and spent them on basic necessities. Under the bill before us today, states will be incentivized to backtrack on that common sense if they want any resources to fight fraud. And to add insult to injury, this bill, as it is written, incentivizes states to continue clawing back money as long as 10 years ago. Make no mistake, this legislation does very little to actually prevent future criminal activity from occurring. This bill does not include any of the recommendations that were made by any of the witnesses during this committee's only hearing on UI fraud. It does not provide adequate funding for state staffing and technology to prevent errors in the future, but it makes it far more likely that the countless workers who received confusing and frightening demand letters for money they no longer have. Instead of advancing legislation to punish workers and privatize our UI program, I urge my Republican colleagues to support the Biden administration's ongoing work to recover fraud and hold criminals accountable. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Further members to strike the last word? Gentlelady from California. Ms. Still, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Congress, I led legislation with Speaker McCarthy to spur states to recover funds, prevent fraud, and support victims of identity theft. Today, I am proud to support the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act to build off Speaker McCarthy and my efforts. This bill will incentivize states to recover fraudulent unemployment payments, improve program integrity, and prevent future fraud, and extend the statute of limitations for prosecuting fraud. Each of these provisions are essential to protect taxpayers and families. I also like to take this opportunity to address the looming vacancy at the Department of Labor, the federal agency responsible for unemployment insurance. In light of Secretary Walsh's resignation, Deputy Secretary of Labor Julie Su will be left as the de facto head of the U.S. Department of Labor. I'm deeply concerned by the prospect of Deputy Secretary Su serving as the head of Department of Labor on a temporary basis or as a nominee to the position in her own right. Ms. Su's record as the Secretary of California's Labor and Workforce Development Agency, including promoting radical policies like California Assembly Bill 5 and leading a disastrous and fraudulent unemployment insurance system resulting in billions of misspent taxpayers' dollars. As of now in California, over $31 billion. Similar actions at the federal level would be a disaster for workers and our economy. For those reasons, I urge opposition to Ms. Su's potential nomination as Labor Secretary and support for the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There was too much fraud associated with the unemployment insurance program, with the Paycheck Protection Program, and with many other responses to the pandemic made at a time of great national crisis. And if the goal here is to stop and recoup as much of the loss as possible and to stop it from reoccurring, you will find no stronger ally than me in your doing that. However, this is a very strange way to approach that objective. And it appears the only true objective here is to trash talk the Biden administration instead of trying to really genuinely protect the taxpayer. I ask a simple question. Are you eliminating in this bill $2 billion to fight fraud? You say you want to fight fraud? Are you eliminating the very resources that are available to fight that fraud? And I couldn't get a straight answer on that question. Well, Section 7 of this bill, which is one sentence, quite clearly repeals those funds. And you have in the record a report, a letter from the Department of Labor explaining how those funds are being used right now to try to fight the very fraud that you say you're concerned with. You brought forward, I thought, two very thoughtful witnesses to this committee for our initial hearing. An Inspector General from the Department of Labor, the General Accountability Office. And they had a number of recommendations. But as my colleague from California just noted, the very people that presented and defined the problem and came forward with some recommendations for how to resolve it, those recommendations have been largely ignored. The Inspector General, for example, pointed out in his testimony an inadequate level of funding for him to be able to do his job to see that this problem is addressed. The people who testified here, the Inspector General pointed out that if you do as you propose in other sections of this bill and give the states an incentive to resolve administratively criminal misconduct with reference to the unemployment funds, instead of sending them to prosecution, which is exactly what you do, that you will not achieve the objective of stopping the worst examples of this fraud. And so I think you not only ignore the recommendations of your witnesses, you instead do the exact opposite of what they recommended as a way to help us fight fraud. I think in this committee, we should, as the ranking member has said, share a bipartisan commitment to fighting fraud in all of its many forms, whenever and by whomever it is committed. I believe the Biden administration still needs to do more, whether this legislation is passed or not. And one of the main reasons it needs to do more is because the Trump administration did nothing to prevent fraud. It ignored all the recommendations that it had from the General Accountability Office, and because it created such a mess, and states like Texas ran their unemployment systems on the cheap and could not deliver services to people in desperate need, even though they called all night long trying to get relief, it's no surprise that the state of Texas did a sorry job in preventing fraudsters from getting access to those funds. So I think there are measures that could be taken. They are not taken in this legislation. In fact, this legislation goes in exactly the opposite way. It may achieve its objective of trying to trash the Biden administration, but it does not achieve the objection of trying to get at fraud and see that it does not occur again. I believe that it is also basically challenging the unemployment system itself. There were many people who couldn't put food on the table, who were out even when they got their unemployment check, standing in line at the food banks, which were overwhelmed in the course of this pandemic. We have a very limited social safety net in Texas and across this country. This unemployment system was vital to getting them the resources they need to sustain their family, and we ought not to be taking a chainsaw to it or to other aspects of our social safety net. We should be assuring that every dollar is well spent, that fraudsters, that criminals don't take away dollars that need to go to needy families, but we should recognize the value that the unemployment assistance program, the unemployment insurance system has to workers across this country and do nothing to undermine or damage it. I yield back.
Thank you. This bill rescinds $400 million of unobligated, unused COVID dollars at the Department of Labor, which have proven to be wasteful and ineffective at combating fraud. So far, the Labor Department has spent this money on promoting equity and tiger teams, which our witnesses on this hearing even brought up. And my home state, and I submitted the letter to the record, says that this money has not helped work in combating fraud. This is the same money that you all decided to spend for checks to federal prisoners, for golf courses, for beach bathrooms. That's the kind of waste. And we are using this to go after fraud. I'd love to recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I'd like to strike the last word. The unemployment insurance system is deeply flawed, and we've known this for years. The expansion of unemployment insurance during the pandemic simply forced these issues into light. As my colleagues and I made abundantly clear in our last hearing, the fraud and lack of oversight over the last 2 years is negligent at best. The tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud is not going to hardworking Americans who are just down on their luck. This money is being funneled directly into fraudsters' pockets and international crime rings. These people saw an opportunity to take advantage of the billions of dollars being handed out with little to no oversight, and they pulled off a massive heist. The legislation we are considering today will empower states to take the necessary steps to return these funds to the American people. We need real, sustainable solutions that empower states to take matters into their own hands, rather than rely on the federal government to take action. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act gives states the tools they need to not only take back the funds lost to fraud, but also ensure that we never see this level of theft again. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, is recognized to strike the last word.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and associate myself with the remarks of Leader Neal and Representative Sanchez. And specifically, as we go forward here today in what seems like greater theater than actually producing results, I want to keep in mind who this is going to impact and who this is going to affect. And you heard Ms. Sanchez talk about the working class people, and specifically people that are on Social Security. I intend to offer an amendment, but as all of you on this committee know, there are 66 million Social Security recipients. There are 145,000 per district, approximately. These people who receive benefits, because during the pandemic, who was the group impacted the most by the pandemic? People age 65 and older. More than 750,000 perished. There was a need, there was a crisis. They also happen to be on fixed income, which means they are the ones that were most impacted by inflation. There was a need that had to be addressed. Your legislation that you're offering here now says that, and I hope you'll exclude it, and I heard the member from Texas very eloquently talk about how we can't exempt people. We have got to exempt people who have been impacted the most and people who will continue to be hurt by thoughtless programs that make great political theater and a great back and forth, but how is it actually going to impact the person in your district when they make that call to your office asking you why they're getting a surprise billing for something that they were just seeking federal help from during the time of this unbelievable pandemic and ensuing inflation? So I intend to offer an amendment to exempt Social Security recipients because I think that's the right thing to do. And I ask all of my colleagues on the other side to look into your hearts and, more importantly, look into the eyes of your constituents who you're going to be impacting by that. And I yield back my time.
I want to thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentle lady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. Since the fall of 2020, Ways and Means Republicans have been sounding the alarm to investigate the vast amounts of fraud that occurred by federal unemployment programs during the pandemic. Committee Democrats failed to respond to the red flags raised by multiple law enforcement agencies and the requests from committee Republicans for oversight hearings. In its role of Congress, and this committee in particular, to hold federal agencies accountable, we must thoroughly examine this fraud and ensure the funds are making it to the individuals in need and not into the hands of fraudsters and organized criminal enterprises. Unemployment benefits were meant to provide assistance to individuals who lost a job in the midst of the COVID-19 regulations in order to reduce the economic impact of the government-imposed lockdowns. The initial payment saved people's livelihoods and guaranteed families and children would have food on their table. Unfortunately, maybe ironically, the enhanced unemployment benefits discouraged workers from returning to their jobs and made it more difficult for employers to hire. Just this week, we heard from numerous employers in West Virginia who expressed their struggles to reopen their businesses due to the increased benefits. As the economy began to reopen, many individuals who were gainfully employed still continued to receive unemployment compensation. There were many unemployed workers who attempted to receive benefits but were unable to due to someone stealing their identity and filing a fraudulent claim in their name. The unchecked cases of fraud and lack of full accounting on the amount of money that was used has caused the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars. The Government Accountability Office recently released a report that stated an estimated $60 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars of pandemic funds were stolen, and outside estimates will actually raise as high as $400 billion. This is unacceptable and reveals the importance of the legislation being discussed today. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act provides incentives for states to recover fraudulent unemployment payments, implement safeguards to prevent future fraud, improves the integrity of the program, and extends the statute of limitation for prosecution to ensure that all responsible are held accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Recognize the gentle lady from California, Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Proceed.
I'm strongly opposed to H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. The pandemic was an unprecedented disruption of our economy, which is why Democrats and Republicans acted together to expand unemployment benefits as quickly as possible to assist American families who, through no fault of their own, suddenly found themselves without a way to provide for their families' basic needs. Now, we must ensure that emergency assistance programs are protected from organized crime rings in this program and also in the future. But we must acknowledge that without these expanded unemployment benefits, millions of Americans would have had annual income below the poverty level in 2020, and many more would have had less money for food, shelter, and other necessities. It's disappointing that instead of entering into good faith discussions on how to build in existing fraud countermeasures that Democrats already secured in the American Rescue Plan Act, Republicans have instead decided to put the onus on working class America. My Republican colleagues claim this bill is about preventing fraud, but it fails in doing that effectively. The bill ignores key recommendations from the majority's own witness testimony in last month's hearing, such as funding for proper agency staffing and technology modernization. It does not include tools to identify employer and bank fraud, despite being the greatest threat to the program. Republicans are also exploiting this opportunity to capitalize on their anti-union agenda by allowing states to contract out UI jobs to unqualified staff of MOVE, which contributed to many of the state errors that the bill seeks repayment for in the first place. Finally, this bill seeks to penalize millions of hardworking Americans for mistakes they did not make by allowing states to seek out and harass workers who in good faith applied for and received unemployment benefits for which they understood they were eligible. In fact, the bill even incentivizes states to penalize workers who did nothing wrong. If the committee would like to do more, we should follow the recommendations of our hearing witnesses and let states focus on preventing fraud, not forcing hardworking American families into debt to pay for mistakes they didn't make with money they no longer have. I yield back.
Thank you. I represent the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. I strike the last word. First of all, thank you for having this hearing today. And I do remember when we had 3 witnesses in, and unfortunately, we can never talk about policy. It always goes to politics, and we play this who struck John game as to whose fault it is. And we say an awful lot about it, and as we talk about whose fault it is, what we seem to pass by is the fact that taxpayers were defrauded out of $400 billion. And that should be our concern. It shouldn't be, did unions get a chance to, some kind of a union agency have a chance to collect these funds for us. Look, I know we always start off and we say this is about the people. What people? What people we talk about? This isn't about going after people who needed that unemployment money. It's not about them. It's about taxpayers funding a fraudulent action, the largest scheme we've ever had in our government. And we need now the witnesses that came here the last time to really talk to us about what it is we needed to do. We're always so concentrated on blue against red, red against blue. In the meantime, you've got the American people sitting back and wondering, when are they going to do something about it other than accuse each other of not doing enough? Look, we have a piece of legislation here that talks about protecting taxpayers and victims of unemployment fraud act. That's not a red issue. It's not a blue issue. It's a red, white, and blue issue. Why aren't we talking about that? And if you want to talk about the bill, and if you want to make amendments, why don't we talk about how would you make it stronger? How would you make the American people actually feel that the people that they vote and send to represent them actually represent them and don't represent themselves? We each represent about 750,000 people. What the hell? It's not about us. I mean, I know we're always one vote away from not being here again. Maybe that's a damn good idea by the founders. But this piece we're talking about today is a possibility of $400 billion. And we're going to worry about, oh, but there's $2 billion. Didn't you do this? Didn't you do that? 632-page piece of legislation. And we're saying, no, let's just go back and find out where somebody made a mistake. Listen, the previous administration, this administration, all were hurrying to get something done to help our constituents. That's what we were doing. Were there some mistakes made? I'm sure there were. Were there some loose ends? I'm sure there were. Was there opportunity for fraud? Absolutely, we know that. Can we please talk about tightening that net to protect taxpayer dollars? Can we please get away from this damn pointing fingers at each other? And this administration and the previous administration say, look, it was a huge opportunity for fraudsters. Can we look about how we'd fix that and protect people who work 2 jobs sometime just to put food on their table? The country is in the situation it is in, and it is up to our duty to try to make sure that it somehow works for them. Not for us, for them. This is a huge problem. Can you imagine a private business that can't recover $400 billion and arguing, well, it was the overseers, it was the accountants. Somebody should have been looking closer. Look, the horse is out of the gate. Let's figure out to make sure that that gate never is open again when this kind of stuff happens. I got to tell you, thank you for having this meeting. It's good to have something substantive about taxpayers and $400 billion, and that's just an estimate. So I would love to come in this committee sometime, because I know when we're not here and we're talking to each other, it's a hell of a lot different. If the taxpayers could just see us, they'd understand is we really do, we're concerned about you, and we want to make it better for you. I'm going to yield back, but I'm telling you, thank you for having the hearing. Thank you for the responses back and forth, Cheryl. Thank you for trying to explain what it is that we put together, but it's hard. It's hard. My main concern is I don't want to see people who are working 2 jobs to put food on the table for their children and somehow plan for the future and not be able to afford things anymore. I don't want them to sit back and say, hey, look, we tried to do it, we did it too fast, and we lost $400 billion, but don't worry about that. We'll just print more next week. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to strike the last word.
Well, with due respect to my friend from Butler, Pennsylvania, I don't think anybody here is saying ignore $400 billion worth of loss and just print more money. To the contrary, I think everybody is concerned about mistakes, about fraud, about criminal behavior. My friend from Butler often talks about analysis to the private sector. Well, if we were doing this like a business, we would prioritize areas of greatest concern and greatest loss. And it's not an inadvertent mistake. I mean, we all, or most of us, who were in the middle of this trying to help our constituents deal with a non-functional state program and being overwhelmed by need, hysteria, great fear. We didn't know where this was going. It was tough sledding. We're still dealing with people trying to unwind this. And I welcome notions about how we strengthen oversight. One of the ways we'd strengthen oversight is by funding it, not cutting oversight. One of the ways we can do this is targeting the areas of greatest concern. I'm all in favor of our cracking down on criminal syndicates, cartels that systematically looted the federal treasury, not some people who made inadvertent mistakes, and the small fish, either mistaken or otherwise, and detracting where the real money is, where the real abuse is, where the $400 billion, it's not a few mistaken individuals. I mean, there are people who looted the system. We ought to be focusing on them. I'm sorry that this is starting on such a partisan note. It didn't have to be. You know, last time we did the committee estimates and whatever it is that we just, that was bipartisan. Our committee leadership worked with your committee leadership. We came up with something that provided a platform. We could have done that here. There is no disagreement about going after cartels and cheaters. I would hope that there is some compassion for people who make innocent mistakes, and we're going to claw this back, and we're going to penalize state programs if they don't have an aggressive program going after innocent mistakes, as opposed to dealing with where the vast majority of fraud and waste occurred. This ought to be something that we can all agree on. That's not rocket science. And I think if we were having this conversation before a local chamber of commerce, where should our priorities be? Should we be going after innocent mistakes and problems with the state programs that didn't work right? Or should we be focusing on international cartels, people who systematically looted the system? I don't think there would be much disagreement on that. And sadly, changing this focus, it's not unlike what happens with the tax gap. You know, we have a real disagreement between some of the Republicans on this committee and some Democrats about hundreds of billions of dollars that are due and payable, but that people with very complex tax returns, wealthy and business in the main, who forget to declare more income than anybody else. That ought to be an area that we turn to before we cut programs, before we raise taxes for anybody else. Let's collect what is already due and payable. I don't think that's controversial. For businesses and wealthy people who play by the rules and pay everything that's their due, I think they'd agree with that priority. We turn into hyper-partisan so quickly in a way that I don't think is necessary. And the bulk of the problems with unemployment insurance, being overwhelmed by the system, by the difficulty we've had in being able to monitor it, does not have to be controversial and does not have to be partisan. And I hope that sooner rather than later we get there, because we'll all be better off.
Thank you, Representative. I would like to, for the record, share with every member of this body that when it comes to the views and estimates and the oversight plan, we sent those to you all on February 22nd to have input to make any changes, and you all never responded. And so we can't just guess what you all want to make bipartisanship. But on February 22nd, we sent the oversight plan and the views and estimates, so it could be bipartisan, but your team did not respond to us. So please respond if you want to try to work together so we can actually figure out what you might have issues with. Love to recognize a gentle lady from New York, Miss Tenney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is it isn't an innocent mistake when you have $400 billion missing, $191 billion missing, or even $60 billion missing. And so I'm honored to co-sponsor this legislation. I thank the chairman for bringing H.R. 1163 to the floor, because protecting taxpayers is the first part of this legislation, and victims of unemployment fraud, not people who have made innocent mistakes. And this important bill actually follows a recent hearing in the committee where we finally, after 2 years of inaction from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, and they investigated the rampant, they failed to investigate the rampant unemployment fraud across the country. And this inaction is causing all the more shocking because the sheer magnitude of the fraud, as I outlined, the waste and abuse. And I'm sad to say that a significant portion of this has taken place in my home state of New York. And so I was gratified to see the Government Accounting Office advised New York that employers and employees have been hurt in New York State, and especially the small business owners who have been hurt the most. Recent testimony also from the Department of Labor Inspector General before this committee estimated that improper payments in the pandemic unemployment programs have saddled the taxpayers, which is what this legislation is about. The taxpayers saddled the taxpayers with a tab of at least $191 billion, and you heard my colleague from West Virginia say this could be as high as $400 billion. New York alone is estimated to have paid as much as $11 billion in fraudulent unemployment unemployment benefits since March of 2020. And this report was put out by our Democratic Comptroller, Tom DiNapoli, who reported this information. Yet, despite these sky-high figures, states have only recovered a very small fraction of this fraud. H.R. 1163 will address this issue head-on by helping the states rein in out-of-control spending or out-of-control fraud in the unemployment insurance program. This legislation will give states an incentive to pursue fraudulent payments while also providing them with the tools to improve the integrity of the program and prevent future fraud in the system. You may recall the testimony of the GAO representative here that indicated that the state of New York was advised back in 2010 to upgrade its systems to improve on modernizing their unemployment systems, particularly with information technology to improve verification and validation of applicants. New York failed to do this, according to the testimony of the nonpartisan GAO. So we are merely just trying to provide the tools for New York State to be able to collect on these terrible fraudulent situations in New York. And many of these situations did involve international fraud rings and cartels who have wreaked a lot of havoc on our small business community. This will also help bring perpetrators of fraud to justice by increasing the statute of limitations for criminal charges or civil actions from 5 to 10 years. This gives us and New York State an opportunity to collect on the mistakes of the past without cutting off the taxpayers once again from the money that they're owed. These are all going to help New York taxpayers, who are, by the way, the highest taxpayers in the entire nation. And our small businesses are suffering in New York, and I'm one of them. I am an owner of a small business that's been in my family since 1946. So this legislation really should garner broad bipartisan support, and I hope it will, and I hope it will in New York State as well. And I hope we continue to build on the meaningful work by looking for creative ways to address a related issue of particular importance to my constituents: New York's outstanding trust fund loan of nearly $8 billion, which it is yet to repay in spite of the money given to New York, $12 billion from the American Rescue Fund. This inefficiency is nothing new for New York and the state-run party by the Democrats, but it's having a real impact on struggling businesses who are forced to make up the difference through higher taxes, higher unemployment insurance rates, being forced to shut down during the pandemic, and may I quote my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, through no fault of their own. But this is something that some small businesses could set them back for years, force them to close, and many have left. And I want to again express my gratitude to Chairman Smith for moving so quickly to bring H.R. 1163 before this committee. I believe it will go a long way to helping address the issue of unemployment insurance fraud that is weighing down New York taxpayers and small businesses. I urge the support of this measure and hope this will get swift consideration on the House floor. Thank you again to all my colleagues on this side for really realizing and recognizing how difficult it is for New York State taxpayers at this point. It's about the taxpayers and the employees especially. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. Recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts.
I'd like to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Thank you. With that, let me yield my time to Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I hesitated to sort of take the chairman's bait that somehow there was no interaction on the part of Democrats with the letter. As a practical matter, there was a fair amount of give and take, in part dealing with the use of a term, and we had a lengthy discussion as we were going round and round about the use of the term welfare, that it really was very offensive to a number of our folks and calculated to just try and stir people up. There was an effort to push back on that But there it was, bold right at the outset, indicating that there was not, I think, an interest in trying to find common ground. And we didn't need to wave the welfare flag. But there was, in fact, interaction. Our team did share the fact that that was not appropriate, attempting to move that forward. And I just think it's unfortunate, but it is not the notion that nobody here waved that flag, moved to try and soften the language, look for something that would not obscure areas of genuine agreement, because I think there are areas of genuine agreement. And I just respectfully disagree with the chairman's characterization. Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Representative, you all raised that flag during the rules debate, but you did not raise that flag during the oversight plan or the views and estimates. So in this body, you need to be repetitive. And so when we send something for you all to work with us, don't just assume that we know exactly what you're thinking and what changes you want line by line. So I would love to continue the process where we can try to work bipartisan, but I need to know where you're at, and if we can agree, we'll agree. If we can't, we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Is the chairman suggesting that there's not enough repetitiveness in Congress?
There's too much repetitiveness in
Thank the
Congress.
gentleman for his clarification.
All right. So the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think an area that's got overlooked, I mean, the criminal organizations, no question, individually, self-reporting, but I can tell you in Florida, and every state's different, it's like a funnel. When you're trying to push $800 billion out in the marketplace, whether it's a couple $100 billion in fraud or $400 billion in fraud, you're going to end up with a lot of fraud. That's what happened in Florida. And I can tell you, every one of our offices, I got to believe, in our office, we're dealing every day with unemployment, people not being able to get unemployment. Nobody can imagine pushing $800 billion through a process, especially like a state like Florida. We were not prepared. We were low unemployment, and then we went to big-time unemployment. And I can just tell you in our office, it was a very big number. It had to be, that had to create $100 billion or some number in waste. Very unfortunate, but we didn't have the personnel. We didn't have the computer systems. They weren't, we couldn't tie in Washington and Florida together. So it was just an ongoing mess for months and months and months. And so I think that contributed enormously, as it relates to Florida anyway, to the $800 billion, the $400 billion or $300 billion in fraud. And the other thing I would just add, anybody that's been in or around business, just to have that kind of waste is just mind-boggling. And then to think that we don't have the opportunity to get some of it back or half of it back or a third of it back. So I applaud, Mr. Chairman, your effort to bring this to light and figure out what we could do. Ideally, I agree with the gentleman, together to try to cut down and get a lot of this money back in terms of the states back to the federal government. It's taxpayer money. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Recognize the lady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, to strike the last word.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The benefit of sitting here on the lower dais is you get to hear a lot of really good discussion before you're allowed to speak. And I guess what I would say is if the Republican talking points on this bill and the name of this hearing aligned with their talking points, I think I can speak for the entire Democratic membership here. You'd have 100% of the vote. But they don't align with what you're doing. If we were trying to reduce waste and fraud, we would not have suggested that we repeal the $2 billion that the Department of Labor uses for the Tiger teams. That funding was projected to support critical Tiger teams recommendations aimed at improving state unemployment insurance program integrity including fraud prevention tools like identity authentication, identity proofing, claim risk scoring, and investigative case management. I know my state of Wisconsin has technology from the 1970s, and these recommendations were made by the great panel that we had that this committee has seen already. We've heard from the witnesses before that they've already recovered a lot of this $400 billion worth of fraudulent funds. And instead of targeting the gangs, which every single member on the Democratic side supports, and the billions, instead, we're targeting people who made, through no fault of their own, probably the fault of the states, because of their ineptness, their lack of staff, their lack of technological resources, people who need this Department of Labor money to do it. Instead of doing that, what this bill does is requires the states to stand up a 10-year program to recoup these funds, and it inhibits them from administering unemployment benefits. It's hard to resist the notion, Mr. Chairman, that that the intent of this bill is not to reduce funding, but rather to cause these taxpayers, many of them on the lower income spectrum, to rue the day that they ever were rescued by Congress from their deep descent into abject poverty during COVID, and to create an antipathy toward a president and toward a party that rescued them from the bowels of poverty. And it's hard to, I know you're very critical of people being woke, but it's hard to sleep on this fact, and it's hard to unsee what the impact of this bill will be. And given that I have a few more seconds, I just want to mention something that doesn't relate necessarily to this bill. But while we're talking about, making sure that we protect the taxpayers and that we protect poor people, this is very consistent. This action today is very consistent with the first action this Republican majority took when they secured power through gerrymandering and other things. They wanted to repeal the monies that we provided to the IRS to go after people who were in fact depriving our country of revenue up into the billions of dollars, estimated somewhere between $500 billion to maybe even $1 trillion a year of revenue. No, instead, that guy who got $600 overpayment is who we have in our crosshairs. Shame on us, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, to strike the last word.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. All right, let's go through something right quick, because I think the mental gymnastics that my colleagues are going through to arrive at their statements about going after folks in this bill, it almost makes my head hurt. So let's read the language that's in the bill, because the language was taken from existing language in the CARES Act. It says that we're gonna come after folks that have committed fraud, and that means individuals who receive funds they are not entitled to because the individual knowingly has made or caused to be made by another a false statement of material fact, or knowingly has failed or caused another to fail to disclose a material fact. That's folks that have committed fraud. Nothing in there about somebody that received a payment by accident. If you didn't commit fraud, you're going to be leading your life just fine. But if you committed fraud, then we should come after you. We should go after people that have committed fraud. States should be expected to recover fraudulent payments. So I just want to make sure that let's all agree on the language that's there that says that you have to have committed fraud to go after, for states to come after you on this thing.
Mr. Ferguson, where are you reading in the bill?
Where am I reading that? It was taken from, I'll have to get the exact section, but it comes from the fraud section that was in the original CARES Act.
No, but within the context of this bill we're discussing today.
Well, there are existing protections that are already in place. But let me make one other point here. So we should, if you haven't committed fraud, you're going to be fine. If you've committed fraud, you should be expected to be prosecuted. Okay, that's pretty. And I think we should all agree on that. The other piece about this, about taking money away from an agency, from the Department of Labor, that we're going to take away money used to go after fraud and to prevent crime. Let's look at a couple of numbers here. We got about $191 billion. So far, they have recovered about $5.5 billion. They've spent about $1.6 billion. They got about $400 million laying around in these programs. That's not a real good return on investment. It's not, we're pouring a lot of money out. We're just north of break even on this, okay? So if we're going to me, it's fine to repeal the money on this and let's do it a different way because we're really not getting that good of a return on our investment. And probably a reason is that we're probably not spending the money the right way. So again, look at the language in the bill. If you are if you have committed fraud, then expect to be prosecuted. If you haven't committed fraud, please live your life freely. And if we're going to spend money going after fraud, let's spend it the right way. Let's not waste it. Okay, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And for clarification, this is the chance to ask questions of substance. Is that correct?
Yes, you can.
All right, thank you. Let me first by starting, and I'll talk to all my colleagues. Mr. Kelly said it, Mr. Ferguson. We're all here to fight fraud and hold those who commit fraud accountable. And I think on that we will stand shoulder to shoulder. As Mr. Kelly mentioned, it is not should not be a red-blue partisan issue. It should be a good government issue to make sure that we go after organized crime, gangs, villains, schemers who stole money, and we need to do all we can to hold them to account, to get that money back, and to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. One of my questions, and this is why I asked Mr. Ferguson where it says that, because it says on page 2, the state agency may retain 25% of any amount recovered from overpayments. My first question under this legislation, is state funding to modernize their systems, to strengthen their fraud prevention, to hold to account and prosecute people who committed fraud? Is the money that is being rescinded under the ARPA, is that dependent upon monies that they collect from overpayments?
Well, the gentleman yield. In that section that you just pointed out, when you said the state agency may retain 25% of any amount recovered from overpayments of federal pandemic unemployment compensation or mixed earner, but you left off the last line when you read that, which was
made due to
determined to be made due to fraud.
I understand.
So
I didn't do that by intention.
If you didn't commit fraud,
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
Different,
all right.
That was it's overpayments that the state is dependent upon these funds collected on overpayment. Is that what is going to replace the money being rescinded in this bill? Mr. Chairman.
What is being rescinded in this bill is $400 million of unobligated money that was in the American Rescue Plan. And that, as you know, the Congressional Budget Office comes up with scores. There has to be a score in this. I would even argue that the Congressional Budget Office score is wrong, but you know how it is. You got to play the rules of the game.
I appreciate that's not my question. Is the
that
money
I think answers your question. You just don't like the answer.
No, it's not what my question was. The monies that states will use to modernize their systems, to go after fraud, to protect against future fraud, there was monies that was allocated under ARPA that is being rescinded. Is that money now coming from the 25% they retain from overpayments collected?
The money that you're referring to, the witnesses said, was not used to go after fraud, including the Director of Labor for the state of Missouri, and we submitted that record. It was $2 billion, but it actually went towards equity and Tiger teams rather than going after fraud. So we believe that that money is better used to help the states in this program, so it incentivizes them to collect 25% of all the revenues that they collect. Because right now, this administration's only collect $5 billion, and there's $400 billion of fraud. So we need to do something about it and just stay into the status quo.
Okay, I appreciate it. So the incentive is for the states to collect more money because that is the money they will use to modernize their systems.
Yes, that's one of the few things that they can use.
Okay, so
there's several items listed.
My second question, and I think this is where hopefully we can get to agreement. The idea of individuals who followed the rules, who properly completed all the paperwork, who desperately needed proceeds from unemployment insurance to feed their children, pay their rent and health care bills because they had lost their jobs, who received an amount more than stipulated, not because of their actions, but because of mistakes made by state authorities or systemic errors, but then spent those proceeds that they received on feeding their children, paying their rent and health care costs, et cetera. Those are not people who the state will be permitted to try to collect overpayments, even though these people received overpayments.
That's correct. We're only going after fraud, not improper payments, and it's very specific in the legislation. So only if you were determined to be, the unemployment was made due to fraud is what we're going after. Improper payments, we are not going after. It is due to fraud.
But in the numbers that the witnesses were talking to us about, I believe it wasn't just fraud. We're saying many of the overpayments were because of state errors, systemic errors. That's part of the money we're talking about. The leaks, the analogy I'd use is we were trying to put out a fire with a water line passing water in leaky buckets.
GAO said that $60 billion was definitely fraud. Not improper payments. GAO said.
I've been hearing numbers as big as $400 billion.
$400 billion was ID.me, and that's a private entity.
And what protections are in this legislation to make sure that, because the states have the incentive now, that the only way they can fund their modernization is collecting more in overpayments, not to go after people who received an overpayment through no fault of their own, but received that money, spent that money because, let's be honest, most of these were low-income workers, and now face the threat of a surprise bill being told by the state with the power of the state behind them that you have 10 years to pay us back or you're going to face the consequences.
Your time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
We're moving on. Gentle lady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word, Chairman. Thank you. First of all, I want to be clear on the CARES Act. I know there's a lot of assumptions that, and I've heard it not just in this room, but many times since I've been in Congress, that literally every representative voted for it that was here. The fact is that literally you're dealing with not just a handful, not just a couple, but nearly a third of Congress was not here when we voted on the CARES Act, literally a third. So when we say that everybody here voted for it, it's not the case, and I just want to make sure that we're not making that assumption. I'm also really relieved to hear that my Democrat colleagues are interested now in protecting Social Security and Medicaid, and I'm going to find all of you, I'm going to ask you to now co-sponsor H.R. 117 and 118 that I introduced that actually protects and prioritizes these programs, and it also identifies where they've been used as slush funds for liberal pet projects like Green New Deal initiatives. I'm really thrilled that this is going to be a nonpartisan legislation that we have on this. I've tried listening to my comments, my colleagues' comments, and I'm trying to square comments that they've said today with actions that they've taken in the past. I'm having a hard time with that because there are a lot of complaints that we shouldn't be going after, quote, people who got $600 or $700 because they didn't know any better. So is it now okay to take money not owed to you as long as it's only $600 or $700? Is that like, is it $701 and all of a sudden we're going to go after you? Is it $599 and under that it's okay? I mean, let's get an amount here. Every Democrat voted to fund funding the IRS to hire 87,000 new agents, and that was going after working class people. They also voted to force working individuals, small business owners, to report payments received for goods and services of more than $600 a year to the IRS. So I just want to make sure, if we're saying it's okay that they didn't know, can people now tell the IRS, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was required to file, or sorry, I didn't know I had to pay taxes, or sorry, I didn't know that I had to pay quarterly? Is ignorance of the law now a valid excuse? And maybe not just that, but if we really needed it, is it okay? There's an estimated $400 billion in fraudulent benefits that they're estimating was paid out. $400 billion of taxpayer dollars that didn't go where it was needed. Dollars that I asked at our last hearing, are we ever going to see back? And I was told by 3 members, 3 IGs, no, never going to see that back. What we're trying to do here today is figure out how to prevent that from happening. How can we get some of those funds back? Because what I keep hearing from my colleagues is there's so much need out there. If there's so much need out there and so many people that we can't help, why are they okay with allowing $400 billion to just go out the door? That is taxpayer dollars. We need to work in a bipartisan manner, in a bipartisan manner to show Americans that we actually do have your back, that we are willing to work together and not just, throw bombs over the other side of the aisle, but that we can work together in their best interest. $400 billion is what we're going after here. $400 billion to help those people that need the help most. And I really appreciate my Democrat colleagues, and I hope that you will help co-sponsor H.R. 117 and H.R. 118. I yield back.
Thank the representative. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to momentarily yield to Mr. Schneider to finish his line of questioning, but I guess we've just heard that we actually are going to go after those individuals who inadvertently received an overpayment. I mean, that's what I just heard, that it's not okay. And that contradicts what I've heard the chairman characterize the legislation. So I hope we can get to the bottom of that, whether or not these individuals are going to be the target or not, because I'm now even more confused by 2 completely diametrically opposing descriptions of the intent of the legislation. With that, I'll yield to Mr. Schneider.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll ask the question again, raising this concern. Given that there's an incentive for the states to collect as much as they can on overpayments and therefore to go after as many as they can, what protections are there in this legislation to prevent states from going after people who, through no fault of their own, may have received an amount more than they were specifically entitled?
Will the gentleman yield?
I was hoping for an answer from the chairman.
Again, if you look at the underlying
I'm
existing language.
going to wait for the chairman, please.
Oh, certainly.
Your time is running, Representative.
You said you didn't have time to answer the question. I'm providing you now 3.5 minutes to answer the question, please.
As you can read the language of the legislation, it's very specific of what it does. And I think it's fairly clear, so your question is answered by the language. I assume you read the bill.
I have read the bill, and I do not see any language that protects individuals who followed the rules, who filled out the proper forms, but because of a mistake from the state or
You might
their
want to look
system.
at page 3, line 5 through 7, and it says that they will only go after those have been made due to fraud.
I read page 3, line 5, hiring fraud investigators and prosecutors, other program integrity activities as determined by the state. That doesn't help me have confidence that individuals who followed the rules, who needed the money, took no actions that under any way can be considered fraud, will not receive a surprise bill from the state saying you must pay us back or face consequences.
I gave you the section in the original bill. I think you're looking at the House Committee substitute. Regardless,
I
it's
believe
in the same section.
The substitute is what we're talking about here.
Yes, and so it's in the same section. I don't have those numbers directly in front of me, so if you would just compare, the same language is in both in regards to that section.
Let Mr. Ferguson.
That it's only going after fraud.
Happy to turn, Mr. Ferguson, you were going to help answer the question, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't see it here because this is an amendment to an existing law, okay? But if you look at the underlying language, again, it defines fraud as someone that has knowingly made or caused to be made by another a false statement of material fact, okay?
But with my concern is with the incentive, with the state being dependent on retaining some of these funds collected from overpayments by fraud, but with the ability to define fraud.
They can't do that because it's defined in the bill. I mean, we can.
But it's not defined in the bill. You're saying it's defined in.
It's defined in the
separate
underlying
law.
bill. It's not in the amendment to the underlying bill, which is what we have here.
This is a bill here that we're talking about. This is
and it amends an existing piece of legislation. I mean, but again, it's. I mean, we can explain it. We can explain it to you. I can't get you to understand it, but I can explain it to you.
My colleague who spoke just moments ago was very clear, going after people $600. So I think there's some confusion here, and hopefully we can clear it up moving forward.
If you received a refundable credit from the IRS in error, would you not be expected to pay that refundable credit back? Now, I realize this is not the IRS we're dealing with.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that people should pay the taxes they owe, and compliance is important.
100%
agree on that.
But again, if somebody goes after someone that did not commit fraud, then they are going against this piece of legislation.
But the incentive for the states is very clear to go after people overpayment, and I understand the language
that were done fraudulently.
But what I'm looking for is protections.
Can you show me where it says that you shouldn't, that you should go after someone that didn't commit fraud?
The determination of whether there was fraud or not is up to the state. The state has an incentive to define that as broadly as possible. And so I'm just looking for protections for people who follow the law. Even if someone didn't commit fraud, but the state is trying to collect that money from them, they have to go now through the process and costs, legal costs.
No, that's not the way this is going to work. And you're going through, again, you're twisting your mind to get to a point that doesn't exist. I'm with all due respect. You can't.
And that's why I asked the first question, and I'm over time. But the first question was, are we requiring the states to rely on money that is collected for overpayments to pay for the modernization of their system? And if they have
one of the things
those investments,
it's one of the things that they can do. But again, if you read the underlying language, the underlying bill, it defines fraud, and this bill only goes after those people that have committed fraud. The bill does not go after someone that has not committed fraud. So if you've committed fraud, you should expect to be prosecuted. If you haven't committed fraud, let's move on. Let's go live our lives and be good with it.
Moving on sounds great.
And I'm just looking for
We're already more than a minute for the second time, Mr. Schneider, so we've given a lot of flexibility. I would like to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Ms. Pascro.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad to continue the discussion about what's critically important for the unemployed and unemployment insurance, particularly during the pandemic. But I'm not happy with the bill in front of us. At our last meeting, the chairman committed to a series of hearings. We were promised we'd hear from experts, state administrators of unemployment insurance, frontline employees who process all the claims, or the Americans who use these life-saving benefits. Instead, we're here today discussing this bill. The Republican bill does not punish the crime syndicates that perpetrated fraud. I can't find it. So H.R. 1163 does not act upon the recommendations made by the witnesses at our own previous hearing. And I think problem number one is that your party, and I have to talk in those terms because the votes will indicate it, has a problem with regulations in the first place. How many debates have we had about environmental regulations, about food regulations, construction regulations, and in some places you were right. But we've debated that. So regulations you campaigned on, and you prefer the lack of them. If we could get over that hump, I think we can come to a lot more agreements, in my estimation. So the bill before us punishes families who stayed home when it was most dangerous. There's a right and wrong in that, probably. You got to look at it. These Americans would be punished for believing in us. We're directing states to go after American families to claw back unemployment claims made in good faith. I don't think you want to be associated with that. Maybe I'm wrong. And for what? Families use these modest funds to pay the electric bill, put food on the table, and kept children in their homes. I think we could all agree on those things. You know what? Maybe I'm going too far. But that's how I perceive the other side. This bill would undo many of the innovations and important advances states made in upgrading their unemployment claim systems, which they were supposed to do. This bill would also eliminate fair-paying union jobs to oversee the unemployment insurance system in favor of low-wage contract employees. I want to star that because I think there's more to it than you put forth. So, is it about combating fraud or supporting states? We're shaming workers, weaponizing unemployment claims against American families, and I don't know if you want to do that. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Further, representatives strike the last word. Seeing none, we'll move to the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Thank you.
Representative, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to offer this amendment along with my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Snyder. Our amendment would amend this bill, reversing a cut in funding to states in efforts to fight fraud in unemployment insurance. Under the current bill text, it rescinds $400 million in funding authorized but not yet expended through the American Rescue Plan to fight fraud. The ARP provided $2 billion in funding to help states crack down on fraud, but the funding has not yet been fully allocated, so cutting the ARP funding now would undermine the ongoing efforts, the ongoing ability of states and territories to do the job we want them to do, root out waste and make sure support goes to those who need it. Mr. Chairman, I have a letter from the Department of Labor on this matter that I would like to enter into the record.
So ordered.
In this letter, the head of the Employment and Training Administration outlines the many ways in which the ARP funding has been successful in recovering taxpayer dollars and improving a system that make this program work. The letter states, quote, taking away these funds would deny governors around the country and the unemployment insurance program a once-in-a-generation chance to learn the lessons of the past and take concerted action to fix systemic problems and prevent fraud in the future, end of quote. My amendment will prevent this vital supply of funds from being prematurely cut off, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does the gentleman want to reserve his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on the amendment. Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of my colleagues here, both sides, for having a discussion that I think is long overdue. So I think the timeliness of this subject matter cannot be overstated. Let me first say that I oppose the amendment. I think that just given the disagreement from each side on what should be recovered and what should not be, how or when, I think that's proof enough that we've got some work to do on determining this. So to submit this amendment, I think, is the wrong way to go. But let's face it, the states themselves, those who carry out the unemployment benefits, feel like there is not the flexibility that is needed to address program integrity and ongoing fraud prevention strategies. And while I'm talking about prevention, I think it's important to note that it is much better public policy to prevent fraud than to try to chase it down after it's already been spent. And I think some of the discussion here has pointed to that. But there's abundant evidence that there has not been. In fact, we've heard, I think from both sides here today, that even the Biden administration has not addressed the fraud that has been spent, or even hopefully preventing it from occurring in the first place. And I think very vividly all the time of the efforts that we undertook as a body in the spring and summer, even into the fall of 2020. With the pandemic, people were hurting. We intervened. I think it's important to note that when unemployment spiked following the beginning of COVID, those were scary times, not just for the economy, but individuals' health and other concerns. Congress intervened. GDP dipped when unemployment spiked mid-2020, and Congress did intervene. We can argue about some of the details and what could have, should have, would have been done otherwise, but I think the priority of keeping people employed was actually a good public policy. But by the end of 2020, we saw where the GDP was back to about even from what it was pre-COVID. That wasn't enough. New administration came in, had to spend more money. Get all that money out there. Oh, then we wonder why and how the inflation was triggered. We should find instruction in many of these policies, what we should avoid moving forward, perhaps what did work, and to move forward on a basis such as that. But this amendment is certainly the wrong way to go at the wrong time, and the bill, as we have been discussing, I think is the right way to go at the right time, perhaps a little bit late. But the fact of the matter is we need to address fraud. Hopefully we get to that point where we prevent it from happening in the first place. But to actually have the goal, the very worthy goal of program integrity, so that whether it's a beneficiary, or whether it's an employer, whether it's Joe taxpayer, they have more confidence in the system to fill in some gaps, to make sure, at the end of the day, to make sure that those folks who absolutely need it the most are the folks who get the benefits, and not others who game the system, especially with the intent of fraud, as this bill, the underlying bill, seeks to prevent. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you again for bringing this issue to the forefront, certainly to our bill sponsors, because the integrity of this program is certainly what our goal is. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Moore, you are recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me, and I want to thank my colleagues for introducing this amendment. And I would ask unanimous consent that I be made a co-sponsor of this amendment without objection.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the letter that Mr. Higgins placed in the record, I just want to point out that the letter also talks about there being equity grants to provide states with funds to make sure that disabled workers, rural workers, the problems that they faced in accessing these benefits. This letter points out that that pre-pandemic, there were backlogs. And, they don't agree with the talking points of the majority here that, in fact, that somehow they can just magically manage without these ARPA funds. And so it's not really clear to me what our jurisdiction is with regard to repealing these funds on this committee, since they come under DOL. And I couldn't get an answer to that, but I want to associate myself with this amendment and with this letter, where the department declares that this will, in fact, contribute to the problems that states have already faced with their antique technology, the dearth of employees that started before the pandemic, their inability to provide equity. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield the rest of my time to Mr. Schneider, subsequent to his need to get some clarifications that I also would like.
Thank you. I think we have answered those questions. I'll yield back.
Okay. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to just acknowledge that, there's value in equity grants, and also the money went to the Tiger teams here. But I think we have to acknowledge that the fraud that we're trying to go after here, and I've heard many of my colleagues on the other side applaud the Biden administration and the Department of Labor for all their work to prevent and recover fraud. But, I've yet to see the facts and evidence to support that DOL is spending the money wisely. And when we look at the fact that of the $2 billion provided in the American Rescue Plan for fraud and prevention, DOL spent $260 on equity grants and another $200 million on Tiger teams. And according to the DOL, regarding equity grants, quote, support projects designed to expand outreach, promote awareness, improve technology, streamline instructions, provide translation services, increase staffing, and address other accessibility issues in marginalized communities. And that is a noble pursuit through equity grants, but it doesn't talk anything about fraud. Secondly, according to DOL, as it relates to the Tiger teams, quote, composed of experts across many disciplines to help identify process improvements that can speed benefit delivery and address equity. Again, nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't address fraud. And so when we think about, how do we address robust fraud fighting, we've been promised that it's no surprise DOL has reported only recovering $5.5 billion out of $100 billion lost. Again, only recovered $5.5 billion out of over $100 billion lost. And so I think that's the reality here, and that's the genesis of our concern. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Higgins of New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a roll call vote on Mr. Higgins' amendment.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell?
Yes.
Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer, aye. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider?
Aye.
Mr. Schneider, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, I have 17 yeas and 22 nays.
There being 17 yeas and 22 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Ms. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but lady ain't one of them.
Representative from California is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prevent future fraud and strengthen state unemployment insurance agency by striking the anti-union contracting provision that is in this bill. Unlike the policy solutions offered by the majority, my amendment would actually reduce unemployment fraud by ensuring that qualified and experienced staff are the ones who are processing unemployment insurance. During the chaotic days of the pandemic, many states, including California, felt they had no choice but to use every tool available to process a 3,000% increase in UI claims. That included utilizing a very similar anti-union contracting authority the Trump administration insisted on including in the CARES Act. Those decisions are behind us, but they gave us plenty of evidence that we would be foolish not to learn from. The fact is, contractors make mistakes. They unknowingly enable fraud. Sometimes they even commit it themselves, all because they are not vetted to the degree that state employees are vetted. In my home state of California, I heard countless stories of contract workers being fired after complaining about lack of training. All too often, these contractors were unable to provide any information which was not available on the state website. In Ohio, contracted vendors had call centers in Brazil and South Africa, which allowed fraudulent payments to be made to criminals in Russia, China, and Nigeria. Another one of their contractors was themselves indicted for fraud, leading to a cancellation of the contract they had just signed with the state of Kentucky. This is unacceptable. Unemployment insurance benefits should be administered by experienced and qualified staff members who are able to provide help to people who are struggling to make ends meet. That is why my amendment would strengthen the existing qualified, highly trained state workforces that already do the complex work of administering unemployment insurance. This bill as written only makes it easier for criminals to commit unemployment fraud. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment to prevent fraud and to work with us on a bipartisan solution. Again, if your livelihood is in the hands of somebody, would you rather that that person be highly vetted, highly trained, qualified, and experienced, or some fly-by-night contracting firm that doesn't get the training that they need and doesn't understand the system and enables, in many instances, for fraud to occur? And with that, I yield back.
I think the gentle lady. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Chairman.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his reservation. Does anyone else speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. States have used contractors to take on more critical roles over the course of the pandemic, from the initial surge of providing simple relief to more complicated fact-finding. Merit staffing flexibility included in our bill supports eligibility determination, adjudicating denied claims, and addressing fraud, waste, and abuse. The National Association of State Workforce Agencies, the NASWA, endorses staffing flexibility. In a letter to the House and Senate leadership, NASWA called the provision critical for the continued operation of UI programs. NASWA also requested that maximum flexibility for staffing be extended. This flexibility will ensure states are able to meet any future crisis staffing needs at a time of widespread worker shortages caused by Democrat policies that disincentivize work. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Lady from California, Ms. Chu, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word on this amendment. I strongly support this amendment to ensure unemployment insurance workers are highly trained with sufficient experience. This Republican bill would waive long-standing staffing standards for the next 7 years, discrediting the highly skilled work of state merit staff in administering unemployment insurance. During the pandemic, states experienced challenges related to staffing shortages. The CARES Act waived federal merit-based hiring requirements, which allowed states to hire contract staff on an emergency basis. Well, this proved to be a huge mistake because even though more calls were being answered, more mistakes were being made by contracted staff who had neither the experience nor the training necessary. In fact, the Government Accountability Office reported that some states contracted this work to private companies that provided little or no training and lower pay to outsource staff, and that this was a determinative factor toward increased risk of improper payments during the pandemic. The inclusion of this provision shows that this bill is not about learning from our mistakes or improving on best practices to prevent fraud. Instead, this provision is a Republican attempt to capitalize on their anti-union agenda. I hope that as we move forward, we can find ways to work together on solutions that support qualified staffing standards that will in turn promote program integrity. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record a study conducted by the Center for Accountability, Modernization, and Innovation. The study found that when the CARES Act staffing flexibility was put in place, it did not result in adversely impacting state merit staff or lead to mass layoffs. Matter of fact, the National Association of State Workforce Agencies called the provision critical for the continued operation of UI programs. During the pandemic, contractors supplemented, not supplanted, state public service employees, helping states overcome enormous challenges handling a surge in unemployment claims. A review by the Department of Labor Inspector General of 12 states that used the authority found that the states hired more new state employees than contract employees. H.R. 1163 extends this flexibility, which is equally vital to ensure states can staff up and have the manpower to go after criminals that have defrauded all of the American people. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? The question is agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez from California. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Linda.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neal.
We have a roll call vote on Ms. Sanchez's amendment.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Aye. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Doggett?
Aye.
Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee? Oh, sorry. Mr. Kildee is yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No. Mr. Chairman, there are...
Yeah, Ms. Moore. How's Ms. Moore recorded?
Ms. Moore is not recorded. Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Chairman, there are 17 yeas, 23 nays.
There being 17 ayes and 23 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Oh, thank you. So this is what I'm saying.
The gentleman can proceed on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill before us would target those who lost their jobs during the pandemic, received unemployment benefits, spent them in good faith on basic necessities, went back to work, often for lower pay, and have no idea that their state made mistakes in paying their benefits. The bill would require states to target those workers for 10 years, demanding that they repay funds they no longer have or face steep penalties. Now, my colleague before, Mr. Ferguson, had said something that caught my attention. But as we approach the high holiday of St. Patrick, I want to recall what Finley Peter Dunne said very clearly: trust everyone, but cut the cards. And so my amendment would protect seniors on Social Security by ensuring no beneficiary of Social Security receives a surprise bill and allows states to focus on real fraud instead. As we have said before, there are more than 66 million people that are on Social Security. And as I said in my comments, these are people who in good faith filled out the forms, did so correctly, and received benefits that they desperately needed because of the situation that we found ourselves in of being in a COVID, the bulk of whose lives people over 65 were taken, as well as people on fixed incomes who are most susceptible to inflation. And so, every day I hear seniors in my district about how tight their monthly budgets are already. So, under this bill, imagine you are one of those seniors on a fixed income, and then you get the surprise billing and the surprise call. Imagine the panic and alarm when you suddenly receive the notice in the mail demanding you immediately repay unemployment benefits you had spent 5 years ago and did not even know it was an overpayment. You filled out the forms correctly, you received benefits that kept you afloat, you retired, you thought things were finally getting back to normal. That's why I'm offering this straightforward amendment to protect American seniors who rely on Social Security. They deserve a secure retirement after a lifetime of hard work. I think Mr. Neal has made the point, as have others over here several times. We do not believe at all that there should be any kind of fraud But we also believe that the inadvertent attempts, whether by Democrat or Republican, to try to prevent fraud inadvertently punish and hurt people that are on fixed incomes is certainly a wrong-headed move. I doubt that it was the intention, but this would easily correct that by exempting those individuals on Social Security. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my count's right, I believe everybody on the other side of the aisle that is on the committee today voted for the CARES Act. I think
that's correct.
Okay. So in there, each of you have already voted for the language that protects people that did not commit fraud. So if you look at section 2104, section F2, you've already approved the language that says that the states are not going to go after people that receive payments inadvertently. So you've already done that. You've already voted for it. I wish my colleague from Illinois were here so that he could acknowledge that he's already voted for this. So you've already voted for the language that protects people to keep states from going after them. You've already done it. Okay? So there's a layer of protection in the underlying bill that my colleagues have all voted for. And most of us on this side of the aisle voted for. So, hang on one second. When you then go into the legislation that we're discussing today, it makes doubly clear that the only people that you can go after are those people that have committed fraud. So you've already voted for the underlying bill that has the language in it that says that states don't have to go after people that have done this. So we all agreed back when CARES Act passed that language was sufficient. There was no objection to it. Y'all didn't offer a change. We didn't offer a change. We all agreed to it. All right? So the language must have been pretty good. So everybody's already voted for it. Got that? All right, good. Now, the bill also says you can only go after people that have knowingly committed fraud. Okay? So we've got that piece. The second thing is that I think seniors that receive Social Security, if someone commits fraud in the Social Security space, then we would exempt them from being prosecuted with this bill, with your amendment. I just think anybody that commits fraud in the Social Security space, whether they are operating in the space, whether they are receiving the payments, whatever it is, we need to go after them. I mean, I'm talking about we need to lay the hammer down and get after them. Wouldn't you agree? So, again, we have all voted for, most of us or everybody on that side of the aisle, most of us on this side of the aisle that were here, when we voted for the CARES Act, have already voted for the underlying language that protects people that received a payment improperly that did not commit fraud. So the language is there. Everybody's already voted on it. Again, that is section 2104F2. So you got that. Again, clear in the bill that you cannot go after somebody unless it is for fraud. And then why in the world would we want to exempt somebody in the Social Security atmosphere that committed fraud? Why would we want to exempt them from prosecution? So with that, I'll gladly yield just a little bit of time to my colleague from Connecticut.
I'll only take a little bit of time because the answer is pretty clear. You've been talking about redundancy, right? Yep. You went back to the CARES Act, this act, and you also talk, as everybody has throughout this, the distrust that exists on both sides. But you were meticulous in terms of going through and making sure that, hey, look, this is not going to have any application whatsoever. Well, as Mr. Dunn said, trust everyone, but cut the cards. What the American people want is a fair deal and to know that they are protected and exempt. I doubt very seriously that there are people, what you called in the Social Security atmosphere, that are going to be impacted by this. But I, again, would say, very simple amendment.
Reclaim my time. Talk about redundancy. We have redundancy here. Again, right. and you've already voted for this. So
right.
You've already voted for the protection.
So what's the harm in voting for this?
why would we need it? I mean, again,
Because
I think the ranking member
I
and the
don't
chairman
think
have
we
both
need
said
it.
that,
I think
that
the
there's too much
people of the country
repetition
need
in
it.
here.
People on Social Security
But anyway,
wanna know that they're
reclaiming my
secure.
reclaiming my time, Mr. Larson, and I do appreciate the feedback and I understand the concern, but we don't want to exempt anybody that's committing fraud in the Social Security space. And with that, I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the risk of embracing redundancy, it was pointed out earlier by the gentlelady from Texas that a third of the members of Congress now have not had a chance to have voted on the CARES Act. So I think the prescription that the gentleman from Connecticut is offering, this will give those who don't apparently care for what we all achieved in the CARES Act a chance to go on the record. With that, I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, just to pose a question to our colleague from Connecticut, I mean, if this amendment was so important, why are we being given it now at the last minute and being asked to rummage through this language without proper time to consider it?
Whenever an amendment is important and whenever it impacts seniors in the dramatic way that this could, whatever time it's introduced is important.
But why not more time to digest this and read through it and properly consider it?
What is it that needs to be digested? That we're exempting people who are on Social Security from states going after them for something that they unknowingly receive from their government.
I yield back, sir.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Murphy from North Carolina, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unknowingly, knowingly, the commission of fraud is fraud. And, you know, if I get a speeding ticket and I'm going 55 in a 35 and I thought it was 45, I still get a speeding ticket. If somebody received this money fraudulently, they should be prosecuted and the money received, regardless of their circumstance. Now, to play upon the fears and the emotions that that seems to be now the mantra of the other side, that we're going to cut Social Security and do all these dastardly things, is just wrong. It's wrong. It's making emotions, not rational decisions. We're here to recoup fraud. If you committed fraud, then you should have your money taken back. Now, if you did it knowingly, you know, the crime is still a crime, regardless of whatever situation you're in. So this is why we are asking our states to use their best judgment to recoup the up to $400 billion in losses that were fraudulently collected. So, you know, we can try to play upon emotions and say this group, that group. If you got the money fraudulently, it's coming back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The
Mr.
clerk will
Chairman,
report the vote.
there are 16 yeas and 23 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 23 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Moore, you're recognized for an amendment. Well,
Thank you very much.
Representative Moore, hold on just a second. Please, Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes the amendment. Could you hand out the gentlelady from Wisconsin's amendment, not Del Bene? Representative Moore, would you like to withdraw your amendment until we find your amendment?
I am not sure what the consequences of withdrawing are, sir.
To offer it at a later moment.
I will offer it when you say I can offer it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to recognize the lady from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, for
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes. The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Congress, Democrats worked hard to address unemployment fraud with the passage of the American Rescue Plan. And unfortunately, as currently drafted, this bill is not about addressing fraud. This bill would move us backwards by cutting the funds we passed in the American Rescue Plan to fight fraud. If the committee wants to move the needle on this issue, we should follow the recommendations of our hearing witnesses and let states focus on preventing fraud, not sending collection squads after working families. The Republican bill would target innocent workers who lost their jobs during the pandemic, who received DUI benefits and spent the money that states told them they qualified for on basic necessities. This bill would empower states to target workers for 10 years, target workers and ask them to repay funds they no longer have or face steep penalties. Think about what's happening here for a moment. On one hand, Republicans are opposing increased IRS enforcement to protect wealthy tax cheats by conjuring up this image that thousands of IRS agents would be pounding on your door. While on the other hand, they're advancing this bill, which would send a new bill to hardworking Americans who filled out unemployment insurance applications honestly and received benefits that their state said they qualified for. The amendment I'm offering would protect parents from receiving surprise bills that are the result of errors made by their states, not them. We should be focused on targeting the criminal rings that perpetrated these international frauds instead of going after these families who acted in good faith. Many parents were unable to work for significant stretches of the pandemic because childcare providers shut down and many schools shifted to virtual learning that required parent supervision. Unemployment benefits kept these families afloat during some of the most challenging moments of the pandemic. As soon as they could, these parents, many women, returned to work, but childcare is even more expensive and difficult for them to find than it was before the pandemic. A new report by the Department of Labor estimates that childcare costs 8 to 19% of median family income per child. In addition, we know that childcare is significantly less affordable for single-parent households and households of color than it is for two-parent white households. Consider that Lindsay, a mom who shared her experience about unemployment insurance with Moms Rising, she said, quote, "My husband is on furlough right now because we do not have childcare for our 2-year-old due to the pandemic. My work has me on conference calls and in meetings all day long, and it's not possible for me to watch our son and still work. Unemployment insurance allowed my husband to take on childcare duties for the short term until he's able to go back to work. We're both 40 years old, and this is the first time either of us has used unemployment insurance to make ends meet." I share this story to illustrate that workers were and are doing all they can to care for their young children while also meeting basic household needs. So instead of saddling parents with another bill right now, as my Republican colleagues are proposing, let's focus on the issues that Americans want us to work on, like lowering costs and helping parents get back to work. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this amendment is indeed redundant and entirely unnecessary. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act already covers this issue in a fair and balanced way, and the suggested amendment appears to be for, I think, show rather than a sincere good faith effort to improve the bill. I think we owe the American people more substantive exchange than what these amendments are seeming to be, and I
Would the gentleman yield?
oppose the underlying, I oppose the amendment and I yield back. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr.
Ranking
Chairman.
member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I believe that Mr. Ferguson has talked about there being underlying legislation that says states can't go after people who have not committed, can't go after people who have filled out their paperwork honestly. But my understanding from that legislation is that it would require a case-by-case waiver to be filled out. So this amendment would allow blanket, clearly say that these parents You cannot try to go back and take money back from parents who filled out this information correctly through no fault of their own or being asked. So let's give that blanket protection as opposed to these individual waivers that you would require in your legislation. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Moore from Wisconsin, recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be brief. Without objection, I would love to be made a co-sponsor of this amendment. Without objection. Without objection, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
And I just want to say that children are particularly vulnerable. And the pandemic, as we have all seen, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot of PhDs that will result from studying the plight of children during the pandemic. And to place parents in a situation where they have to litigate and prove and perhaps be subject to 10 years of clawbacks while they have children. You don't get to do it over when you're raising kids. As a mother of 3, a grandmother of 3, and great-grandmother of 2, almost 3, I can tell you there's no do-over. You can't give your kids a meal and just tell them, just wait, honey, until we get over this financial crisis. And so I would hope that the body would see fit to adopt this amendment, and I just applaud the gentlelady from Washington for offering it, and I would yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Del Bene of Washington. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ranking member?
We have a roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? No. Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Suby? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Aye. Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu?
Aye.
Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore?
Aye.
Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee?
Aye.
Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Davis, Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no. Mr. Chairman, there are 17 yeas, 22 nays.
There being 17 ayes and 22 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk. An amendment at the desk. I apologize. Belay my last.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment exempts those on Medicare, especially our senior citizens and the disabled who need to work to make ends meet. Now, unfortunately, I think, as we've heard and as we all understand, there was some fraud when it comes to unemployment benefits during the pandemic, but this bill, your bill, goes after workers, including those on Medicare, who unknowingly received those benefits and spent those benefits on food, medicines, or mortgages, and so on, to get through the pandemic, and those who won't be able to pay off this bill. Now, it encourages states to go after those vulnerable workers over the next 10 years, our senior citizens and our disabled individuals who are already very, very limited in their earning potential. Those that can only work a few hours a week because of their disability are those that can only save $2,000 in their savings, or they lose any potential Medicare benefits. These are people who need these types of benefits. They're people who needed the unemployment benefits during the pandemic. Our senior citizens are disabled who need to work, who do it for the money, but they also do it for the dignity. They don't need investigators sending them surprise bills or showing up at their door or pressing them for money they already spent to live their lives and to survive the pandemic. So my amendment exempts those senior citizens, those disabled workers on Medicare from this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is there anybody on our side who would like to strike the last word?
Any further discussion on the amendment? See none. The lady from California is recognized.
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. So Republicans have made it very clear that we are interested in recovering overpayments, especially due to fraud. Fraudsters come in all shapes and colors. Large international crime organizations and even foreign nations all engaged in criminal fraud that ripped off the American people and American taxpayers. This bill is about gaining restitution for taxpayers and the thousands of Americans who had their identities stolen or were unable to access the benefits because of a criminal had gotten there first. It would be inappropriate to single out a particular group of individuals to exempt from this fraud recovery. We are just trying to recover the fraud at this point, and this bill intends to. Thank you. I yield back.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta of California. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a roll call vote?
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez? Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Aye. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider?
Aye.
Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mr. Stubbe? Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
17 yeas, 22 nays.
There being 17 yeas and 22 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Two votes have been called, and so we will recess until 2:15 to finish up.
You have not yet. I'll try to get it later this afternoon. Too many nutcases.
The committee is back in order. Are there further amendments on the resolution?
Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Yeah, I know, it's rare.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Okay, if you want to do Chu next, that's fine. Byer's already- Judy?
Byer will need to withdraw. This late.
Go back to Judy. Is the amendment ready?
Mr. Byer, the amendment is not prepared. Would you like to withdraw it and try to offer it at a later moment?
If that's, yes, sir. If it is not prepared, then yes, please.
Yeah, it has to be distributed, and you don't have it where it can be distributed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the gentleman withdraws.
Okay, we got, wait a minute. I think Judy's the next one to be recognized.
Representative Chu, you were recognized.
Her amendment's
What amendment? What purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes for her amendment.
I move to introduce my amendment to require states to waive non-fraud overpayments for low-wage workers. The underlying Republican bill would allow states to demand that workers pay back pandemic unemployment benefits that were paid out due to state errors or other non-fraud cases. The bill even encourages states to spend any new funds that they have on investigators to harass these workers who filled out their applications honestly, received benefits that kept them afloat, and went back to work as soon as they could, and oftentimes for low pay. This includes some of our most essential workers during the height of the pandemic: food delivery drivers, sanitation and custodial workers, home care workers who make the lowest of hourly salaries. Now, of course, we must hold accountable the criminals who exploited the emergency program set up by Congress to assist laid off and furloughed American workers during the height of the pandemic. But we should not use this fraudulent activity as an excuse to go after UI recipients who themselves did nothing wrong. We heard from the Office of the Inspector General earlier this month that state unemployment insurance agencies were simply not equipped to expeditiously get out pandemic UI benefits. This resulted in a substantial number of overpayments to workers who rightfully use these benefits on basic needs such as utilities, rent, and necessities for their children, with no way of knowing there had been a mistake. Because the issue of state errors was common across the entire country in both Republican and Democratic-led states, the Department of Labor issued guidance to allow overpayment waivers for individuals who receive benefits in good faith. Unfortunately, few states have requested such waivers. Another group especially vulnerable to state errors were mixed earners, people who are primarily self-employed but work a second job to supplement low or unreliable income. This issue impacted millions of workers in Southern California, including many of my constituents. The film, television, theater, and music industries in both LA County and Orange County are unpredictable in nature, and many professionals earn a living through a combination of traditional and independent employment. My amendment would protect low-wage workers from surprise bills demanding they correct the mistakes made by state agencies. This includes my constituent, Larry from Pasadena, who works in the restaurant industry and wrote to me that pandemic UI benefits were a lifesaver for him as he was living paycheck to paycheck when his employer's doors closed. It would also protect mixed earners such as Damien from my district, who runs a small business and works part-time as an ambulance driver to ensure that he can provide for his 2 small children. These workers, in good faith, applied for and received life-saving benefits, and now Republicans want to investigate them and send surprise bills just because their state UI offices made calculation mistakes. Now, earlier today, there was much discussion about the fact that non-fraud cases would not be receiving surprise overpayment demand letters. Unfortunately, this is not true. In order for the state to determine whether or not an overpayment was in fact fraud, the agency must determine whether the claimant intentionally misrepresented facts or intentionally omitted documents. Therefore, the overpayment demand letter still goes out to everybody, putting the burden on the worker to appeal or request a waiver and prove themselves innocent of a mistake they did not make. Recognizing this, the 2021 Appropriations Act included a provision to waive these on an individual basis. Unfortunately, states have told us that processing all the individual waivers for mistakes would take millions of hours of staff time, diverting resources from paying earned benefits and preventing fraud. Therefore, my amendment protects workers from being forced to receive a demand letter for up to 10 years after the fact and subjecting them to burdensome investigations for which they do not deserve. However, if Republicans actually think that this bill exempts non-fraud cases, then this amendment should be easy to vote for. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We seem determined to be digging this dead horse up once again and beating it, but here we go. Okay, so I want to make a comment about the waivers because there's some discussion going on about this. These blanket policies that have been in place really have created a lot of problems. So we need more detailed work. So I support the waivers, the individual waivers, because just waiving it for everybody, the agencies may miss something. They need to go into this, and they need to do the individual waivers. And again, it must have been a pretty good idea because all y'all voted for it the first time. The same language. So you telling me now that you made a horrible mistake on the first go round in the CARES Act? I don't think so. I think we all agreed that it was pretty good stuff. But now you're looking back on it and saying, you know, the things that we voted on really aren't all that good. So which is it? So did you make a mistake in the first time, or are we now at the point where we're just beating a dead horse here? The language that is in the underlying bill provides the protections for the individual person that did nothing wrong. And there is a way for them, not for the states not to go after them. But in the cases where the states need to investigate, they need to investigate, and they need to do the individual waivers, because again, this one-size-fits-all policy that you're proposing, it's the same kind of stuff that got us into this bind to begin with. All right, we're trying to help folks, and because we weren't a little bit more specific with it, and we didn't manage the process very well, we wound up with a whole bunch of fraud, and now we're having a markup over that. So again, y'all have already voted on this. You've already done this, and so it doesn't matter which group you throw out there. And I realize that we could probably be here tonight voting on about 4,000 amendments for all of the unique groups that y'all can identify, okay? There's probably a group out there that puts a gentleman from the South and a lady from the North that had a baby that moved to the left coast. It'd probably put them into a special group. So, okay, there you go. I don't mean to be giving you ideas. But bottom line, y'all have already voted on the protections. This bill, no matter what group it is, protects people that have not committed fraud. But if you have committed fraud, you should expect to be prosecuted. And I think we should all agree on that. Can everybody agree that if somebody's committed fraud, they should be prosecuted? And we should be detailed in our work. We should be thoughtful in our work. We should give the states the tools that they need. And when they need to make an individual waiver, they absolutely can do it. So bottom line, Mr. Chairman, when I go through this, I just feel like we're going to go down this road with as many possible groups as our colleagues on the other side of the aisle can identify. Don't know what they're going to be. I'm sure we'll find out. But we're going to go down this road time and time and time again over the same thing. And no matter how many times we say it, no matter how many times they say it, it doesn't change where the facts are. The facts are that the protections are in there. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted for those protections. They really, felt pretty passionate about it when they voted for it the first time. And now we've even got an extra layer of protection in there that says that you can't go after somebody that that hadn't committed fraud. The language in the bill says you can't go after them if it's not fraud related. So, bottom line, Mr. Chairman, I think we should be prepared for a whole bunch of identity politics to get to the exact same conclusion every single time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering why Mr. Ferguson didn't really address the very compelling argument that Ms. Chu made, that the only way to discern whether or not someone committed fraud is to send them the demand letter with the threat, and to put them on the line to prove that they had not committed fraud. She also made a very compelling point, given the fact that we are clawing back billions of dollars to oversee unemployment insurance, that how will the states really pay for the follow-through and these to send out these demand letters? What legal recourse will someone who was unemployed from their restaurant job have to defend themselves? So I agree with her. This would have been a very easy amendment to just to be able to say you had a bipartisan bill here today. And without objection, Mr. Chairman, I would love to be made a co-sponsor of this amendment.
Gentle lady, you love to be co-sponsors of bills, and I will not object to that one.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Move to strike the last word. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Ferguson.
Well, again, we have to keep going down this road. Look, I find it pretty remarkable right now that all of a sudden my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have found religion when it comes to the government coming after them. Okay? I wish you had this same passion when we were talking about 87,000 IRS agents coming after hardworking Americans that may have made a mistake on their taxes. So I can't really figure out where you are on this, because now, you got 87,000 agents that you're for, but now we're against the federal government. You're for 87,000 agents coming after seniors that on Social Security, on children, on folks needing health care, and again, whatever else we come up with. So we got 87,000 agents that you're for, but now you're against the state government going after fraud. And even with the protections, again, that you voted on. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to kind of point out the hypocrisy of where we are here. They for the IRS, but they're against the state. I'm just continue to be mesmerized and confused by the mental gymnastics that they're going through to get to this point. With that, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Estes, I'll yield my time back.
Thank the gentleman. Further discussion? Gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out that it's a real stretch, and I think it does us a disservice to keep talking about, quote unquote, 87,000 IRS agents. As everyone on this committee is well aware, the funding that was provided was for funding for the IRS for employees. Most certainly some of them will be agents, but they're not all going to be agents, and that funding spans the next 10 years. So it is absolutely disinformation to continue to promote that. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson, the president's very first budget, he asked for $80 billion for the IRS to hire 87,000 employees. So it would be fair to say it's 87,000 employees because that was in the president's first budget. I agree. So it's 87,000 employees. However, we have asked this administration for a plan on how they would spend this $80 billion, and it's been crickets. With that, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read something again. It says fraud is wrongful or criminal deception that results in financial and personal gain. The law is the law, and I don't care how many affinity groups that you guys can think of, but you can keep, the left-handed people, I think, are next. And so let's get back to the fact fraud is fraud. It doesn't matter which affinity group you belong to. If the money is not yours, give it back to the federal government.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu from California. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In my opinion, of the chair, the noes have it. Ranking member?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Chu would like a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Aye. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No. Mr. Chairman, 17 yeas, 22 nays.
There being 17 yeas and 22 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? The gentle lady
Chairman.
from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes. The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to protect Medicaid-covered workers from potential UI benefit surprise billing. This bill, this partisan bill, targets innocent workers who lost their jobs during the pandemic, received UI benefits, and who spent those benefits in good faith to pay for necessities, having no idea that their state made a mistake in paying their benefits. This Republican bill will require states to focus on targeting those workers for 10 years, demanding that they repay funds that they no longer have or face steep penalties. And the only way to appeal would be a long and complicated bureaucratic process. This bill even encourages states to spend new funds that they have on investigators to harass workers who fill out their applications honestly, receive benefits that kept them afloat, and went back to work as soon as they could, often for lower pay. Clearly, this is a punitive measure, and it targets people who were overpaid through no fault of their own and who spent them and may not have the money to give back. My amendment would protect workers in Alabama and across America who receive Medicaid, protect them from the Republican bureaucratic process, and allow states to focus on real UI fraud instead. Many Alabamians that I represent are living paycheck to paycheck and struggle to make ends meet. Medicaid enrollees work in industries where both employment and long hours are volatile, like restaurants, food services, construction, or home health. These are families struggling to fight their way out of poverty. This bill would just throw their lives and livelihoods into instability. These financial attacks on my constituents would upend their ability to pay rent, leaving families homeless, upend their ability to purchase school supplies, or make a car payment, losing transportation that gets them to work. For people living on the margins of poverty, they don't have a financial cushion to fall back on, and a surprise bill of any dollar amount could throw that family into financial turmoil. Families struggling to exit poverty who rely on Medicaid coverage should not be afraid to access unemployment insurance when they're in between jobs. The Democratic Party is invested in ensuring Medicaid recipients are protected from harmful clawbacks that would panic or penalize them, hurting their pocketbooks and making it harder for them to get by. This bill is not about addressing fraud. We are already doing that with the ARPA funds, which is being cut by this bill. If the committee would like to do more, we should throw the recommendations or follow the recommendations of our hearing witnesses, including two of the Republican witnesses, letting states focus on fraud, protecting fraud, and preventing fraud, not sending goon squads after innocent workers. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Recognize the lady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I move to strike the question. I don't know how many times we can have this conversation, and I don't know how many types and different groups and division that we're going to see today. Apparently, if you're a senior or you're a parent or you don't make enough or you're on Medicare or Medicaid, that is justification to commit fraud. Okay, I don't know when that happened, but I don't think any of us are in agreement for that. And yet, we've got a whole stack of amendments that are basically saying just that. Department of Labor has provided states with wide latitude to waive overpayments that were not fraudulent. In April 2022, the department provided updated guidance to, quote, waive recovery of certain unemployment insurance benefit overpayments when the claimant is not at fault. I just want to make sure we're hearing this, because I know we've said this like a dozen times today, but it's apparently not being heard. There are two main takeaways from this. One, this bill is specific to fraudulent overpayments. So I don't care if you're a parent, I don't care if you're a senior, I don't care if you don't make enough. That is not an excuse to commit fraud against the federal government. There are two existing protections in the law and agency that provides guidance for all of the situations that you're giving as an example. This amendment is redundant, and I urge my colleagues to oppose. I yield back, Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much. And we are listening very carefully. And words do matter. There's much legislation that has passed this Congress long before our time and after we leave, where one but for changes the whole meaning of the statute. And what we have been raising here today, and we are listening, is that the bill does not really distinguish between those people, gangs and other folks who have deliberately committed fraud, stolen people's identities, and those people who received overpayments because of the ineptitude, lack of capacity, age, technology, and have received those overpayments. You're not making any distinction at all. And that in order for a person to be held harmless, they would have to go through an arduous process of proving, and a stressful, strenuous, and expensive process to prove that they did not claim the benefits in fraud. Mr. Ferguson has talked about how we've kind of gotten religion here. And I hate these discussions, because I'm an ardent Christian, and I hate people bringing up religion all the time. But I'll tell you one thing. This discussion today has reminded me so much of Matthew 5:45, where it says, your father makes his son rise on the evil. So we can repeal $80 billion so that we, won't have the capacity to go after the tax evaders that deny us anywhere from $500 billion to $1 trillion a year in revenue, that somehow that's okay, but that it rains on the just and the unjust. So here's a situation that if you're a gang, we're gonna bring rain and fire on you, and if you're that person on Medicaid who didn't intend to defraud anybody, we're gonna put you in a spiral of poverty, which if you don't have the capacity or the interveners or if you're on Medicaid, it's very likely that you're in my state, you couldn't be a dollar over 100% of the poverty level. That we're not gonna hold you harmless for mistakes that in the case of Wisconsin, our technology is from the 1970s. And so, you've made it very clear from your comments that if there were overpayments made, we're going to subject you to this process, whether you are innocent or whether you're guilty. And also, we've made it very clear that no matter what the capacity of your state is, you're going to have to do it without any money, because we're going to claw back all the money in order to do it. And so, literally, we're going to have people spending 10 years responding to these letters whenever it could be 5 years from now before the unemployment insurance folk get around to sending you your demand letter. So that 5 years from now, you're going to be troubled and you were on Medicaid. So that if you did crawl out of poverty somehow, now you're going to be clawed and snatched back into it. This is an excellent amendment. I wish I had thought of it. And without objection, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. And I yield back.
No objection. So I'll just be crystal clear. The language is fairly clear. This is only in regards to not overpayments. It's in regards to fraudulent payments. There's a big difference in the letter of the law. We just need to be crystal clear. You can say how you think you view the language of the law, but the law is extremely clear. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment, on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member,
the gentlelady would like a recorded vote.
the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez? Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Yes. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell? Aye. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stubbe? Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
17 yeas, 21 nays.
With 17 yeas and 21 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Evans?
I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Okay, we can go. It's germane, right?
I recognize the gentleman for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Republican bill is not about addressing fraud. We are already addressing fraud with the $2 billion in American Rescue Plan funds, which has been cut in this bill. If the committee would like you to do more, we should let states focus on preventing fraudulent instead of going after the innocent workers. The bill would target innocent people who have lost their jobs during the pandemic and receive unemployment benefits, spent them in good faith for necessities, including food and rent. These innocent workers have no idea that their states made mistakes in paying their benefits. The bill would require states to focus on targeting those faulty workers for 10 years, demanding refunds for people no longer having threatened steep penalties. The bill would even encourage states to spend any new funds that they have on investigating to harass workers who have filled their application honestly, received benefits and kept their households afloat, and went back to the workers as soon as they could, often for low workers. My amendment will protect victims of outside contractors' mistakes and would allow states to focus on real fraudulent instead. During the pandemic, the Trump administration insisted on giving states temporary authority to conduct out UI jobs. Many states felt that they had no choice but to use that contract authority because they was overwhelmed by the volume of claims. Many of the contractors provided poorly state workers with little knowledge of unemployment insurance and benefits. In many states, the results in workers getting benefits in the wrong amount. In Pennsylvania, for example, a contractor mistakenly issued overpayment to 30,000 unemployment workers. The unemployed workers do not know they were overpaid and did not always wrong. They rely on the state and its contractors to pay them correctly and spend their unemployment benefits the same way as anyone else did. They paid their utility bills, health care costs, and other necessities. My amendment will ensure that those workers are not penalized for the mistakes of the contractors or the Trump administration anti-labor agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This amendment is redundant and unnecessary. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act already covers this issue in a fair and balanced way. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member?
The gentleman would request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stube? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Miss Sewell? Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Aye. Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee?
Aye.
Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta?
Aye.
Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stube? Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Davis? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Yes. Miss Sewell? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 21 nays.
With 16 yeas and 21 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Representative Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Representative Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes. The gentle lady can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murphy has really made, Mr. Murphy has made the point several times that we ought not hold anybody harmless regardless of their circumstances, that be they seniors or poor people or gig workers or people who, through no fault of their own, had the state mess it up, had contractors turn in the wrong paperwork, people who have medical needs, people on Medicaid, that there should be no differentiation of these people and that they ought to all be subject to a very burdensome process, subject for up to 10 years of being accused of being fraudulent, whether they were or not. Fortunate for us as members of Congress, we received our paychecks, our children, our grandchildren, our husbands and wives did not have to suffer the loss of income during the 100-year pandemic. So at least there's one group of people, us, who will not suffer. I am asking that despite all the fact that all of my colleagues' amendments have failed, for this committee to consider another very special group of people. As one of the co-chairs of the Foster Youth Program, a bipartisan caucus, and the other co-chairs from the other side, as I've mentioned before, are my good colleagues, Representatives Bacon, Representative Nancy Mason. I've even today been working on recruiting Representative Smith from Nebraska to be one of the co-chairs for Foster Youth. Because here's a real example of some of our most vulnerable human beings on earth. Foster youth and that during the pandemic, there was an uptick of at least 23% of foster youth reported that they had been forced to move or had fear of being forced to leave their current living situation. And foster parents stepped up to the plate and provided a safe haven for our foster youth during the tumultuous years throughout COVID-19 pandemic. And guess what? These foster parents were faced with just as much job volatility, public health safety, and financial struggle as all other American families, except us, of course. But with one additional thing, they were entrusted with nurturing and caring from an already traumatized child through a pandemic, a child that was not their own, a child that was not conceived out of their immorality or whatever sort of bells and whistles you want to place on it. They stepped up. And that meant that, that they are indispensable. They were indispensable parents for our children during this time. And can you imagine that these selfless foster parents who continue to provide loving care to our children, while to our foster youth, are now going to be subject to a possible 10-year clawback and harassing letters regarding unintentional payments. This is Republicans would like to leave foster parents with one option, and that is to go through this process, get their lawyers involved in order to prevent them from being drawn in. I urge my colleague to vote yes on this amendment. American foster parents deserve all the thanks and appreciation for the support that we give them. We do not owe them a surprise bill for benefits that they applied for and honestly spent in good faith to support a family that included a foster child. We do not need to provide a chilling impact on our ability to recruit foster parents inadvertently through this legislation. I want to thank the chairman for his indulgence, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. I really appreciate this. I mean, we've had a great dialogue today, and I think that, as my colleague from Georgia said, I think I don't know how many more classes of people we can reference that we're going to prevent from having fraud, but you're doing a great job. You've been creative. But, you know, the reality is we made the bill pretty simple. It just says states cannot get 25% of money from anybody that committed fraud. Anybody. What you all are referencing is accidental overpayments. You're not saying that they did it fraudulently. It's accidental overpayments. And nowhere in here does it say that the states can get 25% of accidental overpayments. It says at the bottom of page 3, they were determined to be made due to fraud. That's what it says. It's very simple words. None of us, as we've all said collectively, none of us have said ever that we condone fraud. Yet we're not speaking, my colleagues' amendments are not speaking to the actual bill. And furthermore, to prevent us from having a 6 or 7 hour meeting or 8 hour, we don't know how long this is going to go on. I guess it's determined how many classes we've got left. But on page 7 at the top of the page, what it says to prevent us from having these types of hearings going forward and protecting all taxpayers' money, that you can use, the states can use, who administer the UI, can use up to 5%, not to exceed 5%, to put preventive measures into place to ensure that we don't have fraud in the future. I don't see that to be unreasonable. We're asking right now, we all know that we had a difficult time over the last 36 months, 30 months, and we know that there were a lot of stressful situations. I think my colleague from Wisconsin has laid out several of those. Many of you all have. I think we all agree there are difficult situations, but I think also we all should recognize that the fraudulent cases that have been out there, and I demonstrated that in the hearing we had a couple of weeks ago, personally as a person trying to provide jobs and dealing with the fraudulent claims. These were not claims of an individual under foster care or a contractor or somebody on Social Security or somebody that was a senior. These were people trying to do bad things in the system. And that's what we want the states to go after. And we're willing to incentivize the states, the administrators of UI across America, by statute, to go out and collect this money back from these bad actors and then put in place a preventative system from this happening in the future. That's all we're doing. We know during the pandemic, because of the massive amount of taxpayer dollars that went into the system, that bad actors committed fraudulent claims and fraudulent computer access to make this happen. That's all this bill says. It says it plainly on the bottom of page 3, when it talks about only 25% can be collected of something that's known to be fraudulent, not of a particular class, no matter how many more classes you come up with. We could be here all night with classes. It's not going to matter. The bill says, because you're not saying they committed fraud, you're saying accidental. This bill only allows the states to collect 25% of a claim that was due to fraud. Now, I don't think anybody, based on what you all have said in the hearing, what you said here, that you think those people who committed fraud should get to keep that money. I can't imagine you would say that to the American people. I haven't heard that today, but by not reading the bill and seeing what it says on the bottom of page 3, you may be implying that. Again, on page 7, it sets aside an amount of money so we don't have to have these kind of hearings in the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the spring of 2020, many of you were not even here. All right, some of you were not here. When the CARES Act was enacted, those who are here remember that. Remember the discussion. And on page 3 of the bill, it says that we're changing the years from 3 to 10. That's the area I want you to think about. The CARES Act was enacted, and we had no idea the pandemic would be this severe or go on for 3 years. We were not mind readers. We didn't pretend to be mind readers. Many of you are acting as if we could have predicted the future. These amendments are very, very simple. You're either for it or you're against it. I understand that. But we got to go back to the spring of 2020. Got to go back to the debate. Got to go back to what was written about this legislation. So I want to put my vote with someone who is not only supportive of the Constitution, but has a big heart. What do you know about that? Now, I want you to tell me if I'm committing sin if I do that. I want you to tell me that I'm not loyal to the United States of America and our charters if I support those people with big heart. Doesn't mean you give away the store. Nobody's saying that. And Mr. Kelly was right on what he said. I hope you all listen to it. He said some very interesting things. simple and to the point. We don't like that, Mr. Kelly. You got to make it complicated, so we've got a jump board off any way we wish into, I hope, a pool full of water and not cement. Thank you. So, 2020 was an interesting year, folks. There's nothing wrong with a big heart if you don't break the law. Show me where any congressman here is breaking the law. What they did was not Democrat or Republican or independent. They followed their gut. You're not supposed to talk about gut when you're talking about the Constitution. I know that. So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, thank you for your patience today. You might have learned something. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, recognized. Speak on
I reserve.
All right. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered.
I'll do it the next time because we're going to be doing this the same thing for like forever and ever. I'm just looking up different affinity groups. I'm just trying to guess which ones you guys are going to do next ahead of time.
We'll figure something out.
All right, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ranking Member?
We have a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Yes. Miss Sewell? Miss Delbene? Miss Delbene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Aye. Mr. Davis? Miss Sewell? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 21 nays.
With 16 ayes and 21 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Gentleman from Virginia. Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
It's going to be the best.
It may not be the last.
And not even the
But
last.
it will be the best.
It will be the best. Meeting with Harry Hamill, 5:30 to talk about the fusion.
Are you really?
Yeah, he's the original founder of TAE. That's pretty cool. I know. I'm having dinner in Georgetown at a fancy French restaurant.
I've never met him. Tell him I said hello.
I've never met him either. He writes me all the time. Yeah. So I'm going to get my wife on Housewives of Beverly Hills.
You ever met his wife?
Oh, yeah. I just spent a week with him.
Cancel my date to be with her.
I definitely understand.
You understand that?
I wouldn't cancel with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How could he do that? It was nothing special. It was her 60th birthday. He was taking her to Paris. I mean, what kind of excuse is that?
I had breakfast, lunch, and dinner with her for 6 days in a row last week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, she's a delightful woman. I don't know what she sees in Donna. We're trying to figure out what your wife sees in her.
It's her opportunity.
I picked up her car payments.
Give
She
back.
was, since she was here.
Give back. Give something back. What does your amendment do?
Spends $50 million to make sure the states have staffing and training to help their UI program.
That's all?
I know, $50 million.
50 million out of $2 billion.
Where do you get the money then? Is it out of the unallocated? Or is there new money?
Yeah, I don't know where I got it. I don't know where I got it.
It's part of the plan.
It's already appropriated out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. I think it's a new appropriation or something like that. Waiting for Greg Murphy to come back.
I recognize the gentleman from Virginia to speak for 5 minutes on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to offer an amendment that's not about waiving pandemic insurance payments except for dentists and urologists. Instead, I'd like to say that our hearing earlier this month in West Virginia, Republicans didn't invite anyone who'd actually received unemployment benefits, or did we hear from state administrators or workers who pay them. But even so, every one of the witnesses in West Virginia said the same thing, that the lack of federal investment in state UI program staffing, training, and technology before the pandemic was the biggest reason states struggled to pay benefits on time, made mistakes, allowed fraud, and were not able to prevent fraud. We are not turning a blind eye to fraud. Rather, let's try to understand why there was fraud in the first place. The witnesses, like other experts I've consulted, said investing in strong state UI offices is the single most important thing we can do to prepare for the next recession and prevent fraud. You know, in March of 2020, the Joint Economic Committee, which a number of us serve, made the strongest possible plea that we needed strong investment state systems at that time. Now, we know that state UI workers heroically rose to the occasion, working 14-hour days to process benefit applications with antiquated systems, but we shouldn't ask them to do that again. The GAO cited staff and systems as a primary reason for putting UI on the high-risk list. As currently drafted, the bill doesn't provide any consistent, guaranteed funding for state staffing, training, or systems. It would actually take away ARPA funding DOL is planning to use to help states upgrade their technology and implement Tiger Team recommendations to make their systems more secure. Instead, the only funding provided the states is the opportunity to keep some of the funds that are recovered from past fraud and overpayments. A funding source we know is going to be slow, unpredictable, and largely based on factors beyond the state's control. As the Inspector General told us, just because the courts convict a criminal and order repayment does not necessarily mean that the money is repaid quickly or at all. Furthermore, allowing states to retain a portion of the recovered funds could provide an incentive for some states not to report fraud to the federal law enforcement at all, since they'd have a financial interest to pursue it administratively. You know, the letter from the state of Missouri that Chairman Smith entered into the record at our hearing reiterated that steady administrative funding, the funding that reached a record low during the Trump administration, and that my Republican friends pared back from the level proposed by President Biden for fiscal year 2023, this is the key to moving forward. In the letter from Chairman Smith, through Chairman Smith, from the Missouri Department of Labor writes, quote, therefore, the prioritization should be given to consistent funding that not only permits states to implement proven strategies and tools to combat fraud, but also provides states the ability to support and maintain these solutions into the future, end quote. Nothing in the bill we're marking up today provides staff with predictable, or states, with predictable, consistent funding for systems of staffing. My Commonwealth of Virginia was in the same boat as Missouri. We had conversations at 4:30 every Thursday with the governor. Most of the conversations were a 1-hour argument about how poorly uninsurance benefits were being administered. My amendment would fully fund state UI operations to ensure that we are prepared for a surge of claims in the next recession, and we can pay benefits on time to the correct workers in the correct amount. The pandemic illustrated how important UI system is for workers and the broader economy during a major economic shock. It also showed us that UI administration is in desperate need of reform and sustained funding. I was proud to introduce the Unemployment Insurance Improvement Act with several of my colleagues last Congress that would modernize and improve the state UI system. This amendment I offer today would accomplish many of the same goals in the existing legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back.
Does the gentleman want to withdraw his amendment? It is not germane. Representative,
I would not like to withdraw the amendment, even though it's not germane, on the advice of my senior members of my committee.
I want to vote on it.
Would you restate that?
We would like to vote.
Mr. Chairman, if I could pause to consult with people who've been on the committee decades longer than I have.
Me. Consult with me. I don't want to.
It's not germane.
So do you either objects or you kick to me?
Yeah, if he goes through, we'll just vote it.
Mr. Chairman, I am advised by our team that since the point of order was not reserved, there was...
It was reserved by Mr. Buchanan. Yes, it was. It was.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would have to yield to a parliamentarian. I don't wish to withdraw it. The parliamentarian, whoever serves in that capacity in this committee, says it's not germane, then I will accept that. But
We'll move on. Representative Buchanan.
I object to the amendment because it's not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, as it is outside of our Rule 10 jurisdiction.
I'm prepared to rule for the reason stated by the gentleman that the amendment is on a subject different than the underlining bill. The amendment is not germane and it is not in order under House Rule 10. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Snyder, Mr. Buchanan.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
How's my hair? Thank you.
You have a lot of it.
I can't get a haircut for 2 weeks.
Knowing that confidence.
Yeah.
But that's what you have. You can get a flat top and it would still look good.
No. I have a flat top.
Huh?
I don't have a flat top, so it wouldn't be flat. It would be hard.
Yeah, but you could, no, with that hair, you could still do a flat top. That's what I'm saying. Gentleman, Mr. Snyder, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to recognize how incredibly important pandemic UI was in allowing the economy to bounce back from the depths we experienced in the spring of 2020, now almost 3 years ago. As of last month, unemployment stands at 3.4%, down from an official rate of nearly 15% in 2020. Clearly, our investments have paid off. That said, we know that fraud was a very real and very significant problem. We have to make sure that we hold those who stole taxpayer money to account and recover the funds to the fullest extent possible. No one who committed fraud, who knowingly and willfully cheated the system, should be allowed to keep their ill-gotten gains or not face stiff penalties. We also have to work to modernize and strengthen our state unemployment systems to be ready for the next crisis we face and ensure that when there is a crisis, we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. I, like everyone else on this panel, am also serious about tackling fraud at all levels of government and preventing future fraud. I stand ready and willing to work with every one of my colleagues in tackling UI fraud in a thoughtful manner, and hopefully, as we've talked about today, working across the aisle and the political divides. There is much we can do, and there is much that is already being done. Democrats and the Biden administration have been working together to investigate and prosecute fraud in the pandemic unemployment programs and prevent future fraud for several years. The American Rescue Plan provided $2 billion to the Department of Labor to address fraud, equity, and access problems, and also provided an additional $12 million to support the Inspector General's criminal investigations and prosecutions. The witnesses invited to our recent hearing, which, by the way, were all majority invited witnesses, as the minority was not allowed to include anyone on the panel. Anyway, the Republican witnesses all identified that stable funding is key to making significant progress in addressing system weaknesses and bringing criminals to justice. Unfortunately, we were not able to hear from any of the state administrators who have been working with highly effective ARPA fund tiger teams to revamp their systems and prevent fraud. We did not get insight into where they are making progress and where they might need more help. They were not able to share the importance of the ARPA funds or the impact it was having. Yet now, without the benefit of the insight from the front lines in this fight, the bill we are considering today repeals the ARPA funding. Furthermore, perhaps because we did not hear from the states or people who experienced the pandemic on the ground at our hearing, this bill fails to include critical fraud detection systems that work with the banks. Bank fraud in particular results in workers who are unemployed and eligible for benefits having their benefits stolen after the state pays them, and is the fastest growing fraud scheme. Department of Labor has developed fraud detection tools in this area, but only 31 states are currently using it, and it is not a part of this bill. States and UI experts have identified bank fraud as perhaps the fastest growing fraud scheme in unemployment insurance. This bill also fails to give the Department of Labor any real tools to compel states to use all available fraud-fighting tools. Under the bill, states would lose access to a slow, unpredictable funding source if they did not or could not afford to upgrade their fraud tools, a weak and very unhelpful incentive. My amendment offers real solutions. We owe it to the American people to take steps to fight UI fraud, not just pay lip service to the issue. I invite my colleagues who are serious about tackling fraud on both sides of the aisle to vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Further discussion. Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I think this amendment is certainly unnecessary. If you look at the bill, page 11, line 12, or the subsection starting in line 10, the state uses the system designated by the Secretary of Labor or another system at the discretion of the state, in this case, to basically accomplish what you're trying to do. So not a unique scenario right now in terms of an amendment being unnecessary, but nonetheless, the amendment is unnecessary, and I urge its rejection. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Thompson, ask for the yeas and nays. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Pascrell?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Miss Sanchez?
Aye.
Miss Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Aye. Miss Sewell? Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene? Aye. Miss Chu? Miss Chu? Aye. Miss Moore? Miss Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stubbe? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Davis? Miss Sewell? Mr. Byer? Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
15 yeas, 20 nays.
With 15 yeas and 20 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Any further additional amendments? Mr. Thompson, what purpose do you rise?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Isn't that what we do? This is already what it is. Gentleman, Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the risk of being repetitive, I want to repeat my remarks from the first hearing that we have. I strongly oppose fraud, and I believe that this committee and every other branch of the House should go after it whenever we can. That said, I've got some concerns with the legislation we're considering today. Rather than going after criminal rings and those who purposefully exploited the system for their own game, this legislation appears to vilify workers who, at no fault of their own, received the wrong payment. Workers including waitresses, line cooks, hotel managers, maids, and others in my district who all abruptly lost their jobs when the hospitality industry came to a halt 3 years ago due to COVID, public health emergency. Also, teachers and nurses were out of work because of COVID. Over the last 3 years, every one of us have heard from constituents who were laid off. They were doing the best they could to get by. They used this money to pay the bills and put food on the table, and once it was safe, they went back to work. Now, my Republican colleagues want to send them a bill. I won't go along with punishing workers in my community for mistakes they didn't make. I'm also concerned that this bill doesn't correctly solve the #1 need identified by the investigators and the prosecutors fighting fraud: an emergency extension of the criminal code's 5-year statute of limitations. We heard in our hearing from Mr. Turner from the Department of Labor how critical this is. It's my understanding that any effort to extend the statute of limitations needs to be targeted to the specific crime and should amend the criminal code. Otherwise, it's at risk of being ruled unconstitutional. This bill does neither. If the goal of this legislation is to ensure that criminals who stole from the pandemic unemployment insurance are brought to justice, the current text fails. That's why I'll be offering an amendment to properly extend the statute of limitations from 5 years to 10 years. In line with current case law, my amendment is narrowly tailored to pandemic unemployment insurance fraud and amends the criminal code. I urge members to ensure the statute of limitations can be extended as the Inspector General has requested, and for them to support my amendment. I yield back.
As this amendment is outside of our committee's jurisdiction, it's in the Judiciary's Committee. Does the gentleman wish to withdraw it?
I'd be willing to withdraw it, Mr. Chairman, if I could get a commitment that we'd all work together to figure out how to properly pursue and convict those who stole money from the taxpayers of the United States.
Mr. Thompson, I think that is something that we could find common ground on, working with the chair and the ranking member of Judiciary, and be happy to work with you. We are already trying some in that process. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take it at your word and withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Oh, Jimmy, you have so many forms. Proceed, Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's been a long day, but this will be a quick amendment. My amendment would waive overpayments of pandemic unemployment benefits to farm households. Look, I think we all understand that people in agriculture work very hard to put food on table, to provide us with food security, and they are the foundation of my district on the Central Coast of California, and I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, they're the foundation of your district in the Boot Heel in Missouri. Our farmers face many challenges, as we know, and they faced a lot more throughout the pandemic. However, they continue to exist and deal with these challenges, from Mother Nature to mandates to markets to the lack of manpower. But despite those challenges, our farmers, our farm workers, our ranchers, our producers, our processors continue to endure, and they continue to do their job. Now, like I said, and like we all experienced, COVID-19 exacerbated those challenges with localized food shortages, rising prices for supplies, letting fields go fallow, dumping milk, and disposing of perishable products. And with such thin margins, the impact on farm families and their finances was very extreme. So yes, they got and they accepted COVID benefits, from CFAP 1 and 2 to CARES to PARP to PPP to EIDL, and yes, to even unemployment benefits. They needed it, they spent it, and they deserved it. That's why they continue to do what they do best, to pivot, to persist, and to persevere. So the last thing that our farmers and farm workers need now is another surprise bill, another person from the government knocking on their door, another burden on a benefit that they received, and yes, they probably spent. That's why our farming households should be waived from this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to protect our farming families and protect our agriculture by voting yes on my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska who represents the largest ag congressional district on our committee, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I appreciate the intent behind this, but I do have to oppose this amendment. Once again, it's unnecessary. And I'm going to say that's the case without even consulting the thousands upon thousands of farmers in my own district. These are not the types of carve-outs that they are looking for. And realizing that time is the most valuable resource that any of us on this dais have, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta of California. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ranking member?
Mr. Chairman, we would request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? No. Miss Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Neal? Aye. Mr. Doggett?
Aye.
Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez? Aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer? Aye. Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Evans? Aye. Mr. Schneider?
Aye.
Mr. Schneider? Aye. Mr. Panetta?
Aye.
Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? No. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell? Yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
17 yeas, 20 nays.
With 17 yeas and 20 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 1163 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 1163 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 1163 as amended is ordered favored. The clerk will call the roll. Mr. Ranking Member, yeah, we'll just call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes?
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Yes. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? Yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Miss Tenney? Miss Tenney? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Aye. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele? Aye. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Miss Malliotakis? Miss Malliotakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? No. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? No. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? No. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez? No. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? No. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? No. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? No. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? No. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? No. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? No. Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans? No. Mr. Schneider?
No.
Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? No. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Davis? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
20 yeas, 17 nays.
There being 20 yeas and 17 nays, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 1163 as amended is ordered favorable, reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. I'd also like to thank every member for your patience today. I think we've spent almost 6 hours for 3 largely non-controversial items. And altogether, the minority offered 13 different amendments, and some members offered multiple amendments. And let me just say that we intend to use this committee to deliver results for the American people and to advance policies that will help our economy turn around. To help combat the crisis under the Biden administration, I hope the minority will join us in those efforts. But today has shown me on a non-controversial bill to hold criminals and fraudsters accountable that the minority is more interested in politics than anything else. So I hope that changes moving forward. I hope there's changes moving forward, but if not, we are prepared to be less lenient on our side in honoring requests which are aimed at purely slowing down an agenda to help turn our country around. There being no further business, the committee is now adjourned.